a true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse. A true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse. A true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse. a true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse. A true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse. A true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse.
Introducing Apple Vision Pro.
The growth in our headsets is not
Hi, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the AW Asia 2024. Yeah, and I think I have no word there, but it's okay in my mind. Okay, so I'm so happy and I'm honored to be the opening reception of AWE Asia. My name is Ryan Hu, the VP of AWE Asia. It's my pleasure to kick off the opening reception, and I'm honored to address this outstanding group of innovators, entrepreneurs, and industrial leaders who are shaping the future of immersive technology. The theme of AWE event in 2024 is the breakthrough year for XR. Since we hosted AWE Asia 2023 last August, we have seen a number of exciting development innovations in XR. Generative AI is front and center of many conversations in XR, and AI speeds up and transforms XR content, consumption, and development. AR-based builders of spatial avatars and beings of immersive world and of 3D subjects are changing and accelerating how we build content in XR. XR holds the promise of being the spatial way that interact with XR. So we have also seen the introduction of many innovative XR platforms. For example, the Meta Horizon OS was rebounded and opened to third-party developers. And Apple unveiling of the Apple Vision Pro has returned mixed reality and spatial computing as key conversations topic in the public discussion of emerging tech. And those are just a few examples. New hardware announcements from Samsung, Pico, Lenovo, HTC, and Sony. And advances creator tools, including Niantic Studio, Snap Lens Studio, the pilot of AR content in global maps, and many others. In this quickly changing environment, Asia is one of the most exciting places in the world to be. Ways to measure regional growth vary, but market research firms always rank Asia as the fastest growing region. China and South Korea holds a very important position in the XR supply chain. And Japan is a highly exciting market in XR hardware, gaming, and XR-RP. And India, Vietnam, and Malaysia are up and coming markets and introduction how built. So from last year's AWE Asia, we saw that international XR companies are more and more interested in Asia. So we had attendees from 29 countries and regions at last year's event. And this year, we are pleased to welcome attendees from 34 countries and regions. So this is why we return once again to Singapore. And Singapore is an example of the border trend we see in many Asian markets, where there is the intersection of public support for Metaverse subjects, talented developers, businesses looking to use new tech, and consumers interested in the next generation of immersive tech. So now, I'm pleased to invite my colleague, Mr. David Wick, Content Director of AWE Asia and COO of Sunrise International, to share how AWE Asia is changing this year. Please join me in welcome David to the stage.
Thank you, Ryan, for that introduction, and welcome everyone to AWE Asia. It's my delight to speak to all of you guys this morning. So we did a survey before we got the conference started asking how many of you have been to an AWE event before. And it looks like 60% of you said that you have not been to an AWE before. So welcome to our community. I hope that you enjoy this event and that you take this as sort of your first step in participating in AWE's broader global ecosystem. For the 40% of you who have been to an AWE before, welcome back. We hope that you enjoy our conference this week. So there's three things that I think have changed this year as we turn to AWE Asia 2024. All three of them begin with the letter E. So first, we want to foster a little bit more deeper exchange between our participants. We know that one of the main reasons that you come to offline events is to network with each other. So this year, we've done a couple of things differently. First, we introduced the opening reception last night, which in our goal there was to sort of offer a low-stakes sort of way to more casually socialize with each other, kind of match names and faces before we put on suits and get into business formal attire and enter the more formal component of the event today. We've also done a couple of other things. So we've introduced we've introduced a conference networking app called Huva. If you haven't downloaded it yet, I'd encourage you to do so. You can sort of build a customized agenda for yourself, and crucially, you can also see the list of other attendees and send them direct messages. In addition to that, we also, I personally believe that caffeine and coffee is a human right. So in advancing that important mission, we now have free coffee in the mid-morning and mid-afternoon, both of our conference days, just outside of the expo hall. So I encourage you to caffeinate, get some coffee, and then explore the expo hall. Finally, next, we have this idea of experience. So at AWE Asia, we've been hosting this conference since 2015. Many of those years were hosted in mainland China. So naturally, our exhibit hall was very centered around hardware and components. It's my delight to see a much more diverse expo hall this year, including not just hardware and components, but also developer platforms, creators, and software, as well as places like Tokyo Dome Corporation, which are sort of XR-based destinations for consumers. We also have introduced, albeit at a much smaller scale than AWE USA, the playground in our expo hall. So that'll include titles from dark art software, as well as a title called The Mysteries of Sanxing Dui, coming from China. And then finally, we have evolution. So we recognize that the XR industry is one that's constantly changing, and it's our hope to have our agenda reflect the evolution of the XR ecosystem. So in light of that, we've expanded the number of talks in the developers, platforms, and AI content track to sort of give a nod to the growth of generative AI. In addition, we've also expanded the number of talks focusing on the intersection of medical training and XR. And we've also increased the number of sessions in XR enablement content track, including some interesting regional talks from key regions in the APAC region, like India, Japan, and Australia. As well as some interesting thematic discussions on important topics like gender inclusivity in XR. So lastly, I'd like to thank our volunteers, staff, the exhibitors and sponsors who've made this possible, as well as our partners, not least of which is the Singapore Tourism Board here in Singapore. So a big thank you to all of the supporters whose participation has made this event possible. Lastly, I'd like to turn the floor over now to someone without whom this event would definitely be not possible, Mr. Ori Inbar, founder of AWE. Please join me in welcoming Ori.
What a beautiful stage. Thank you, David. Hey, everybody. Welcome to AWE Asia 2024. It's so awesome to see you all joining us here in beautiful Singapore. I appreciate you all very, very much. This is a very special year, special and spatial year. It's AWE's 15th anniversary, and it's also the XR industry 15th year. So congratulations to you all for 15 years of developing XR. Give it up to yourself. Last year, I stood on the AWE stage in this box. I mean, an AI version of me stood on this stage in the box and delivered what seemed to be a perfect opening. Well, as perfect as you can expect from ChatGPT. It was written by ChatGPT. So I had to come on stage and protest. And I guess it worked. I got my job back. I'm here, ain't I? But I'm a different man today. I like it now. I learned to stop worrying and love AI. We work really well together. Do I always trust it? Well, as much as you can trust someone with hallucinations. If we let AI run on its own, it could get out of control. And AI researchers are working on giving robots vision and spatial intelligence. Doomers say it could lead to the destruction of humanity. But if we all focused on giving humans AI powers by way of XR and keep humans at the center, we could actually keep AI in control. So my new slogan is AI Heart XR. And if you think about them as a couple, XR is definitely AI's better half. If we focus on combining AI and XR, we could keep humans in control. We could keep us all more human. And if you're scratching your head, what the heck does that mean? You came to the right place. Because at AWE, you can see how this power couple is taking shape. How this combination is keeping humans in the center. So yeah, we're all here united by our passion for XR in a very special year for XR. 2023 was kind of a difficult year. In my opening last year, I literally started with XR is hard. But 2024 started, when it started, I had a really good feeling. And I think many of you share that feeling, right? I see some heads nodding. That is with one exception. Bob Stone, XR pioneer since 1987 and a Hall of Famer, protested with his trademark rolling eyes emoji saying, every bloody year, it's a breakthrough year for XR. And you know what? He's kind of right. But I can't help it. Just like you all, when we see the amazing progress, we can't stop raving about it. So let's rave about it some more. Here's the state of XR in 2024. According to AWE's home analyst, Artillery Intelligence, XR is on track to reach $25 billion this year. It's becoming a giant industry, and it's growing fast. Big tech are all in a tight race to lead the market, and it's rearranging. Each player is pushing the other. Many are refocusing on their strengths. This is great for the market and even better for customers. The big question here in Asia is what's in store for the giants around here, right? Like Tencent, Alibaba, Huawei. They kind of abandoned some of their Metaverse projects last year and now started to announce new products. And when you look at the overall world market, Asia is a little bit behind America and Europe, but it still has the highest potential for growth. So what will happen next? We'll see, but it kind of depends also on what the governments, local governments, will decide to do to support these industries. When it comes to adoption, AR penetration is still hovering around 30% of the overall population, but active usage is actually on the rise. Snap, for example, reported 10% year-over-year growth in active users. And it's mostly attributed to the combination of, you guessed it, AI and AR. AI, Heart XR. VR adoption is also growing, and it's growing where it matters, with the next generation. 1 in 4 teens in the US is playing in VR. And almost every single Fortune 1000 company has adopted XR. This is the incredible list of Fortune 1000 companies at AWE in the US last June. And if you look at the overall market, how it's split between enterprise and consumer, enterprise is the biggest share. And it feels like enterprise is kind of eating consumers. Investments in startups is also picking up again after a slump in 2023. Andreessen Horowitz, probably the most influential VC in the world, is very bullish about XR. A partner at the firm recently posted, "We believe AR/VR is among the most underrated markets today." Yeah, that's true. Though he didn't get the memo that we're now calling it XR or spatial computing. He continues with a bigger bomb. MetaQuest has a similar sales trajectory to the iPhone. And then he concludes with, "The time is now." Why? Because it pays. On the Quest store, more than 40 developers made over $10 million each. And what's attractive about XR is that the most popular experiences on the Quest store, at the time of this post, did it with a very small team and no funding. And many iOS and Android developers are now starting to shift to spatial. By one estimate, there's 2 million XR developers around the world. But I would take it with a huge grain of salt because this information came from you-know-who, ChatGPT, that's right. Mr. Hallucinations. So to recap the state of the XR market in 2024, it's a $25 billion market with exponential growth. Big tech are in a tight race to lead, and adoption is growing where it matters and is massive in the enterprise. And as I said before, investors proclaim the time is now. So here's your money shot. Are you taking it? I see you are. Great. So yeah, it's a big year for XR. Great job, everybody. Give yourself a big round of applause. You deserve it. But you know, it wasn't easy. It wasn't an overnight success. It started a long time ago with this man. Now, don't laugh. This is actually Hugo Gernsback, the father of science fiction. Yeah, from the Hugo Awards. And this is an actual invention of his from 1963. But seriously, though, how did it all start? This is our mission for you this year, to learn from XR's history to create the future. If we want spatial computing to one day replace 2D computing, we all need to become history buffs. So let me take you back in time. If you focus on my face, this is how I looked back in 1968. It was a year of political unrest, but the biggest news of the year was Star Trek shows the first interracial kiss on American television. Also, the first working demo of a head-mounted display created by the founding figure of spatial computing, Ivan Sutherland. It was the first to be inducted into the XR Hall of Fame this year. For me, the essence of spatial computing is very simple. And I quote Sutherland, "The image of an object changes in the same way the real object changes with similar motions of the head." In other words, computing imitates real life. That's a concept I would bet my career on, and I think many of you did, right? Because humans are biologically spatial, and so should computing. However, in 1968, there was a fork in the road. That same year, the mother of all demos was presented with the mouse, keyboard, and 2D screen. And history decided that 2D computing would be the mainstream. But sometimes I wonder, what would the world look like if in 1968, history had decided to go with spatial computing instead? Where would we be today? Well, a few super smart and extremely tenacious men and women did not wait for this to arrive. They worked their butts off, mostly out of the limelight, to advance XR technology. They were way ahead of their time. So in 2024, we created the XR Hall of Fame and inducted the first 101 pioneers. Give them a big round of applause. Mark Billinghurst, one of the pioneers, is here. Give it up for Mark. But in fact, almost anyone in this room is a pioneer and stands to be inducted into the XR Hall of Fame in the coming years. So please keep doing what you're doing. Many Hall of Famers were present at AWE in the US this year. Tom Furness, the grandfather of VR, was there. He walked around with his laurel attached to his head all around the conference. In the 80s, Tom was working on the super cockpit for the Air Force. He created this beauty, AKA the Darth Vader helmet. Tom is now 80, and he has big plans for the future. His new project with the Virtual World Society is to build the super cockpit for the mind. He gave a really fantastic session about this, so you should look it up on YouTube. Palmer Luckey, the founder of Oculus, was also there with his trademark Hawaiian shirt. Here is what he said.
Woo! Looking back at one of the early experiences I had building head-mounted displays, and it was the fact that for years the prototypes that I was making were things that I was excited about, but whenever I would show them to ordinary people, they wouldn't be excited, and they didn't quite get it, and they thought that I was wasting my time. And I feel like the technology is at the point where even if people aren't necessarily coming back to use it every day yet, even if people are not buying it by the hundreds of millions yet, almost anybody you put into a modern device and show them the type of content that you have at this conference, on the game platform stores, being made by students everywhere, people can see it and say, oh, I understand this. I understand it's going somewhere. And that's a really big turning point for the industry that has happened over the last few years. And I'd say most of the things that I've seen here today, they're not things that would only convince a true believer. They're things that would convince a lot of people out there in the normal world. And that's something that we should all be really excited about.
That's right. We owe this group of pioneers an immense debt. They laid the foundations for the XR industry, and we all stand on the shoulders of these giants. And like I said, if we want one day spatial computing to replace 2D computing, we have to all become history buffs. I urge you all to dig into the list of 101. You can find it at this URL. Watch the many history talks from the event on YouTube. And in Long Beach, we also had the XR History Museum that featured over 100 XR devices and prototypes by these pioneers. You can actually watch the video of the museum covering all the items in it, including the pioneers. You'll almost feel like you're there. Back in June, we also celebrated the best of the best in XR during the Augie Awards ceremony. This year, we had 20 categories, including 3 new ones to reflect the evolution of the industry. These happy people went home with the trophy. And you'll notice that AWE Asia actually had pretty nice representation, highlighted in pink, with winners in Japan, South Korea, and China. And here at AWE Asia, during the event wrap-up tomorrow, we'll announce 3 of the best in show, and they'll also get the Augies here in Singapore. In the meantime, want to check out some highlights of the XR industry from the past 15 years? Yeah? All right. So let's travel back in time to 2010. Here's me attempting to time travel back to 2010.
Eric, can we focus on my face? This is how I look back in. Hey, you went way too back into the 90s. Let's go forward a bit. No, that's way too much in the future. Yikes. Go back. All right, I guess that will do. You'll understand in a moment. Wow, that's cool. So what's the biggest thing in 2010?
The Minions. Also, AR is becoming a thing. The first AR browser, Wikitude, is super hot. Kinect, get kids off the couch. AR webcam campaigns are becoming popular in magazines. Google Goggles is launched with visual search. And yeah, the iPhone, the perfect device for AR, is already in your pocket. The XR industry is born, and the first AWE takes place to celebrate the newborn. All right, let's jump ahead to 2013, where the word of the year is selfie. Also, things are heating up in XR. Google launches both Glass and Tango with a big splash, making augmented reality a household term. Well, at least for a while. But people tend to forget that back then there were dozens of smart glasses already in the market. Also, VR is reborn. Oculus Rift Kickstarter is shipping, and AR and VR are united at AWE. It's big time in XR. Now, some VR veterans at that point are skeptic. They had a deja vu of the 90s. Is anyone here still feeling some 90s style deja vu? Yeah? Well, that same year, I go on stage with a simple chart. Intuitive to probably many of you, but controversial to others. We are headed to an inevitable inflection point where more XR headsets are sold than smartphones. How about you all? Do you believe the inflection point is coming? If you are, make some noise. Yes. All right. Not too bad, not too bad. But does anyone dare answering the question of when this will happen? Well, in that same presentation, I was foolish enough to attempt a prediction. That was a complete screw-up. 1 billion shipments by 2023? I missed the mark by a mile. But I learned my lesson. Some questions are best left unanswered, especially when will smart glasses hit the mainstream? Although this year is an exciting year for smart glasses. Look at this crazy jump in 2024 in the sales of AR smartphone units, smart glasses units. And I'm not making up this prediction. This is actually from a very legit report. All right, back to our storyline. We were in 2013, and we're moving forward to 2015, the Oculus acquisition by Facebook. We entered the .VR era. VR goes crazy with thousands of new startups. No, not that. No, that's NASA from the 90s. Yes, that's the so-called Oculus killer from 2015. Anyway, moving forward. 2016 and 2017 are exciting years for AR with Pokemon Go, HoloLens, ARKit, ARCore, the AR Cloud. And you know, there's so much to talk about. We all need to get deeper into our history. There's so much to learn. But there's one more thing I want to share with you. In 2019, your humble friend here had an idea. The spatial Wikipedia, where millions of people collaborate not with text. They capture the collective human intelligence visually, spatially, about everything, place, and person and make it available to anyone, not by typing to search, but the world's collective intelligence, spatial intelligence, would be available anywhere at a glance. Now, to make this happen, we needed two things. One, the air cloud, which is pretty much here, and two, something that can ingest tons of visual information and is able to present it in a concise way. Do we have something like this right now? Yes, we do. Now that AI and XR are in love, we have the technology. We can build the spatial Wikipedia. I'm counting on you guys. Which brings us to 2020. A fun stop at AWE 2020 was during pandemic times, of course, and AWE had to go online. So I had to come up with a new magic trick. So say hello to Ori's floating head. In my opening keynote, it was sort of presented from a message from a future self in 2030, a time where everyone is using spatial computing all over the world, all the time. And long before the AI craze, it was evident that spatial computing and AI will become one. And I named it SPY.
Spatial artificial intelligence, or SPY as I like to call it, is the fusion of technology including AR, VR, and AI. This infrastructure became critical to make the world function.
That's right. Everything will be built on SPY. But it comes with a big warning about privacy and ethics. And there's nothing that conveys this message better than this old photo that I've been showing at AWE. It's another face. When everything we do is captured and analyzed on camera, privacy becomes an even bigger concern that must never, never be underestimated. Remember this face? Of course, by now he changed the company name, has a completely new look, and a new vision for the company. Okay, and we are landing back in the present. A great year for XR, where AI is falling in love with XR, and we're all benefiting from it. A year where we look back to learn and celebrate the rich history of XR and its pioneers, where every one of you could become a pioneer in the coming years. And I want to thank you all for being with us on this journey of 15 years of AWE events and for advancing the XR ecosystem. This year was the biggest and best year at the US event, and I'm sure it will be the best yet in AWE Asia. So put your hands together to 100 speakers this week. Yes. Big thanks to our exhibitors that came from all over the world, showcasing hundreds of XR use cases in the expo and the playground. Give it up for all these exhibitors. And above all, thanks to our fantastic sponsors. You made this event possible. So big round of applause for our sponsors this week. Finally, give it up for the awesome AWE Asia team. We couldn't ask for a better team. They worked hard to craft the best possible experience for you all, so we can say, you'll feel spatial, we promise. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful event.
Okay, thank you, Ori, for the inspiring speeches here. Okay, so now, and the next step is I want to let everyone know here. So we have the keynotes after this. We have 2 keynotes after this. So also we have the AWE Asia's the substage. We have 2 substage there. So is the session is all together coming. So after that, we'll begin session here on the main stage. So the expo hall will be open from 10 to 4:30, and tonight's VIP reception is at 6 o'clock at the Crown Plaza Changi. So if you haven't already, I encourage you to download the official event app, Hua, where you can explore all the sessions, plan your schedule, network with others, and more. You can also use Hua to participate in discussion, direct messages, conference polls, and surveys. So the attendees who participate the most on the app will be showing on the conference leaderboard. And I saw the top one now. So everybody, we need to work hard to catch it, okay? So, and the top 3 attendees on the conference leaderboard will be announced at the closing ceremony to receive prizes from our sponsor and free passes to attend AW Asia next year. So to collect those awards, you will need to hear for the closing ceremony and Augie Awards tomorrow at 4:35. So you can use Hua by scanning the QR code on the left. On the Hua app, you can upload your own photos for others to see. We also have an official photo feed for photo taken by conference photographers throughout the event. You can scan the QR code on the right to see the photos in real time. So feel free to find your favorite photos and share them on social media. Now, we turn to the keynote sessions of the morning, starting with the talk, The Future of Mixed Reality, Workplace Connection. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Jeffrey, head of APAC B2B partnerships at Meta's Reality Labs. Mark has over a decade of executive experience in business development, M&A, fintech, and risk management in leading financial and tech firms, including Meta. So please join me to welcoming Mark to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure today to welcome you all to Singapore here for AWE Asia. It's my second time actually here at the Singapore event, and I'm really excited to present a little bit about what we're doing at Meta here today. So I guess my name is Mark Jeffrey. I'm based here in Singapore, and I'm proud to lead a wonderful team that bring the partnerships in the enterprise side of our business together across Asia Pacific. So my presentation today is in regards to the future of mixed reality and workplace connection. But what I would like to do at the beginning is actually just call out the amazing work that the community and the XR community is doing to drive adoption of this next computing platform across all markets. We're still early days, to be honest with you, at Meta in relation to our investments here in Asia Pacific. But we're very conscious that this is the largest and fastest growing region for us in a number of ways. And we think there's a large opportunity for the community here, whether you're building for games or a consumer of games or so forth. But for us to get that adoption that Ori was talking about in his presentation at the beginning, to make everyone start to experience XR, we at Meta think that there's actually a real opportunity for us to expand the use of this technology into businesses and broaden and diversify the group of people that we have that use this technology that we're already using in a lot of cases already consumer-wise. So what will I talk about today? First of all, how Meta is deepening our workplace connections. Secondly, why businesses are using mixed reality. And thirdly, how our ecosystem continues to innovate. So first of all, let's start with how Meta is deepening work connections with mixed reality. So, when it comes to Meta, our true job is to help the world connect and become closer. One of our core missions as a company is to drive that. We're transforming the way people interact with the digital world across all of our platforms. Our innovations in AI and mixed reality VR and AR technology unlock even more richer, immersive ways to connect, inspire, and explore. We have almost 20 years of experience, and we connect 3.8 billion people every single month globally across our core network of applications, as well as our new investments that we're growing over time with our Meta Quest and Ray-Ban smart glasses. So I think Ori touched on it in his presentation as well. There is a real interconnection between AI and the XR community, and I wanted to call that out. I think what I want to call out is what Meta's doing in relation to our AI investments and how that's going to impact the community of XR. I would also want to call out that our AI investments are designed to help all of our applications improve the way that the community engage, whether it be providing a stronger discovery engine so people get served content that's relevant to them, detecting and removing harmful content from people's feeds, improving ads for companies that want to monetize on our platforms, and automating chats through our business messaging, which, to be honest with you, is so strong here in Asia Pacific, the leading market for business messaging. And then lastly, I think what's relevant mostly to this audience is by making more immersive 3D spaces and automating the development cycles, so that way people who use the platforms can have more richer and deeper experiences and can actually get delivered more content in more meaningful ways. So let's have a bit of a chat about why businesses are using mixed reality today. Obviously, I would say our investments here in Asia Pacific are still small compared to what they are in the US and EMEA, but they're growing, and we see massive, massive, massive potential. And I would also call out, we see massive potential on the development side for this region to be actually a leading market for us. So mixed reality is reinventing how businesses learn, create, collaborate, and build community. So we're doing a number of things and use cases around learning and training, creativity and design, meetings and collaboration, and building community. We have a number of really great use cases, and I'll touch on some of those today. First of all, I think we all have had one hell of an experience over the last couple of years with COVID. I think the use case I'm going to discuss today is one that we have with Pfizer, where they created an award-winning training program to help them with the COVID-19 vaccination. So once their COVID-19 vaccination was approved in December 2020, Pfizer needed to produce billions of doses of their life-saving medicine, and fast. It needed to train hundreds of new operators, but with plants running 24/7 under strict social distancing guidelines, training on the shop floor was off limits. On top of that, the vaccine that was introduced by Pfizer introduced new complex processes to both newly hired and seasoned operators. Trainees needed lots of practice and guidance of expert trainers before they could develop the necessary competence to do their role. Faced with huge demand for vaccines and added complexity of reducing the spread of COVID and product lines running at capacity at 24/7, training staff on the shop floor was limited to sporadic line stoppages. Pfizer's digital manufacturing smart factory team knew that VR was the answer. Some of the actions Pfizer took: they deployed over 500 headsets of our Quest 2 devices to train its new operators. They built virtual twins that recreated the environment at the plant and could be used for VR training, addressing limited access to the plant. So that way they could keep production going and ensure that they could deliver the doses of vaccine that was required. They translated a 100-page SOP document into an immersive suite of training for their people with a hands-on experience, one that could be absorbed by the trainee and actually is proven to help them retain more information. Furthermore, they could have unlimited repetitions over time, and it was a less pressured environment because there wasn't as many time constraints. They could have as many times over and over again to repeat the process. They develop behavioral training to help good manufacturing practices. All of these things, I think, really just transform the way that Pfizer brings new products to market. There's an amazing opportunity for them to streamline the way that they get their people engaged and enabled.
Hello everyone, my name is Nicholas Hockley, and I am the product manager for the virtual reality design and development team at Pfizer Digital Manufacturing. In this video, you are seeing how we use virtual reality technology to address training challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic. We were able to successfully deploy over 500 MetaQuest 2 devices to train new operators across various sites. We were able to build virtual twins that recreated environments at the plant that could be used for VR and immersive training. In these immersive training environments, we were able to translate and convert 100-page SOP documents into a suite of VR training apps to create more immersive and hands-on learning experiences. This removed boundaries and enabled our operators and staff to have unlimited repetitions in a low-risk environment without disturbing production. We also were able to address behavioral training and teach good manufacturing practices using the MetaQuest haptic speed tracking features.
So you may be asking, why MetaQuest? Pfizer covers massive due diligence when it comes to looking to partner with vendors. Some of the reasons why they chose Meta as their partner is that we're a trusted and familiar product. We're used widely for consumer use cases. It's one of the most recognized names in VR, and we're really proud of that, and we want to leverage that brand. Tech is consistently improving. Anyone who's bought a Quest 2 knows that, as an example, even just the hand tracking has improved sensationally since the first iterations of the Quest 2 released. The operating system continues to deploy new updates, and those features that come to the hardware through the operating system are differentiated through that ecosystem. It's a simple setup for end users. With no wires, no need to tether powerful computing or computers, the headset is standalone and offers 3D environments in a self-controlled device. Affordability. One of our key missions at Meta is to make XR accessible for everybody. And we really think that's important because we want XR to be able to be adopted at large by as many people as possible. That still is true in relation to business. We want businesses to be able to adopt this at scale, to get as many employees starting to use the technology, and also to drive business results. So let's talk about those results. The reality is that we all know the story. Pfizer produced over 4.5 billion of vaccine doses by 2022. The VR training had over 40% reduction in time for them to be able to learn the new skills and become productive as employees. Up to $23,000 was saved per employee for training because they were able to keep the plant running 24/7, production running. Significant ROI on every single headset that costs a mere $500. And 87% of respondents said that they preferred VR training than traditional classroom training. It's a more immersive environment. They get to experience using the hardware, the technology that they're going to have in their plant anyway. And I think being able to do that rather than sitting in a classroom is much more empowering to your people. So secondly, let's talk to a new use case. I think some of you may have traveled here from abroad. We've all seen the advancements in airport technology in relation to custom controls. Singapore itself is investing significantly in this space. Eventually, we'll all be able to walk through without talking to anyone, I think, which is great. So NEC in Japan has been doing a lot of work in relation to improving the entry gates in some of the airports in Japan. And they use MetaQuest to do usability tests, essentially ensuring that what is being built is fit for purpose when you throw a heap of people through it. And they use VR, through digital twins, recreating the experience, being able to practice, the operation of the smart gates. And the experience is now, you can now live it for yourself. If you visit Haneda Airport in the future, you'll definitely be able to walk through one of these smart gates with NEC. And through the design process, being able to improve and speed up design and ensure that it's fit for purpose and delivers is amazing. The third use case that I would like to mention today is making every customer feel first class with Lufthansa. I'm going to show a video in a minute, and I'll talk through the video and explain what's happening. But essentially, Lufthansa had a problem in that they would visit hundreds of trade shows every year, and they would take a physical mock-up of their business class cabin to the trade shows, which was an enormous expense, and would also limit the number of shows and demonstrations that could be run within those trade shows. So they looked to turn to Meta Quest to see if there was a better way that this could be done. So they actually built a replica of their business class cabin and take now Quest headsets to trade shows. They obviously have a seat where people can sit down and they can, a chair that they can sit in and experience. But then it also enables the person to be able to toggle with the controls. So I'll start running the video and you'll see for yourselves. So this is the demonstration. They put on a headset. They can now experience in 3D and touch the controls, the business class cabin. They'll sit on an ordinary chair. They will be able to play with the different controls. I think this is really, really an amazing opportunity for them to expand the number of places where they can show this business class cabin. They do these trade shows so that way they can boost the adoption of Lufthansa's business class performance. But I think with them being able to now, like other airlines looking at this technology to be able to partner with, for example, tourism boards, so you can now show not just the experience you have on the cabin, but what about the experience when you land? Being able to differentiate that experience beyond every other one is really critical, particularly for that, what is a tough industry when it comes to margins. So really great use case from Lufthansa. We're doing a lot more work with them as well. You may have seen that we published that we now have aeroplane mode on our headsets, so people can use the headsets on planes. So there's a number of things that we can do in that industry, which are really, really exciting for end users. So let me turn to how our ecosystem is continuing to innovate. I'll play a video in a minute. Everything in the video that you'll see is actually either in production and can be used by external users, or is in limited betas at the moment. So I look forward to showing you a little bit of this, and then I'll talk a bit more. So as you can see, we're looking to bring what users are currently experiencing in their 2D environments for work every single day, and we're bringing that to Quest. whether it be the likes of Microsoft, Adobe, or Zoom, being able to make more immersive 3D experiences through the use of those applications that are already used by the vast majority of businesses today. We're bringing those to Quest and having those experiences, in many cases, without any laptop requirement. Really is starting to drive towards the adoption of the next computing platform. But we're also not just working with the large end of town. The reality is that there is a massive development ecosystem that's being built within the XR space. And we're working with, Meta's working with, across the 4 key verticals for business, a number of ISVs that are building amazing content today and platforms which can be leveraged by companies to be able to start their XR journey and be able to adopt the technology at scale. We actually have a few of them here today, so please come and check our booth for today and tomorrow. We have use cases when it comes to a number of these different categories. And I'm really excited for you to actually put the headsets on and actually see what it's like to experience. What I would also like to call out is at Meta, we're open to feedback. We really want to hear from you. As a community, we understand that businesses are looking for ways to scale the adoption of this technology. It's new to them, it's new to their IT teams in many cases. And they also have privacy and other constraints that they need to consider. So we've listened to that feedback and we've actually launched a product that sits on top of our Quest devices called Quest for Business, which essentially transforms what is a device that is used for gaming or consumer use cases to a business device that's ready to scale and can be deployed within the existing architecture of a company. So what does Quest for Business come with? It comes with user management, device management, app management, and customer support. So this is something that we've rolled out to give businesses confidence that they'll be able to roll this out across their organisation. Being able to manage, have user management with two-factor authentication, SSO, being able to manage accounts centrally, I think is really critical for enterprise. So we wanted to address that up front. I think the other key thing is making sure that customers feel confident that they will ensure they have support and be able to drive the use cases, like in the ones that I've shown you, to have a really established ROI. We also have shared mode, which is a function where if companies, they want to use a set of devices across a larger number of people, for example, for training use cases, they can use shared mode to make it more seamless. So when someone puts on the headset for the first time, it's a seamless experience. They just launch straight into the application that they need. They get the content that is required from the company, and that it's a great experience. I would also call out what I think is really exciting about this is it gives companies an ability now to ensure that the right content is on the right headset for the right user, depending on what their role is within an organisation. So as a developer community, you can have confidence that when you build on our ecosystem, that you'll be able to deploy to organisations at scale. So what to look for later this year? First of all, I'd like to call out that next month, our annual conference, Connect, is held on the 25th and 26th of September. I would highly suggest you watch it. You can see that over the last couple of years, by the way, it's held in the US, so in California, but it will be streamed live online. You can see that over the last couple of years that we've had natural iteration of new devices. We had the Quest 2, the Quest Pro, which was our premium product that was brought out, focusing on enterprise for the first time. The Quest 3, which is our newest device. You'll see actually Quest 3s and Quest Pros outside in the exhibit. And you'll see that there's many, many more product iterations that we have. We are fully invested in continuing to drive this. And you would have seen as well with the discussion earlier today from Ori about the Horizon OS. The third-party OEMs that are building on our operating platform as well gives confidence to the community that they will have a place for the applications that drive use to be able to actually scale it across multiple devices as well. With Quest, the software that's being delivered, Quest for Business, So we have Horizon Workrooms, which you saw a bit with Zoom there, which is our collaboration engagement platform for work. Being able to have that connection experience together. And Quest for Business, which is the two first-party software that we have. The hardware, Quest 3, Quest Pro, and Quest 2. And all of this is unlocked by our ecosystem. We have partners, reseller partners, we have developers, we have independent software vendors, and we have large technology partnerships, which are driving value for businesses. I'm personally really excited to work with the community to drive and grow this opportunity to start scaling beyond the traditional users of XR and make it more mainstream. I'm really excited about that opportunity. So in summary, mixed reality is already revolutionizing the way we work, with many businesses already seeing tangible results. You've seen 3 use cases today, but the reality is our team has many, many use cases, slide-fulls of decks with ROI results. So please engage with us to learn more. We're really excited to share that with the community. Meta's ecosystem is fueling momentum by creating business-critical solutions, ones that drive ROI for organizations, and pushing the boundaries of innovation with our Quest 3 headsets, but also with the new Meta Ray-Ban smart glasses. Really excited to see the adoption of that in Asia Pacific. I think there's some incredible use cases already popping up, even in the enterprise space for smart glasses. We're making mixed reality more powerful and more manageable ever with Quest 3 and Quest for Business. So thank you so much for listening to my presentation. I'm really looking forward to engaging with a lot of you here this week at AWE Asia. And please come and check out our booth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mart, for the insightful presentation. So now, let's continue with the exploration of immersive tech. Our next keynote is titled Spatial Computing Needs a New Map by Brian McLendon, Senior VP of Engineering at Niantic. Brian leads mapping and platform services, which including all engineering across maps, as well as researching and non-game product team. Please welcome Brian to the stage.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. When you think about Niantic, you think about Pokemon Go. At a higher level, though, you think about maps and games. Today, I'd like to talk to you about some big new additions to our maps and how you can build on them. So maps form the basis for spatial computing. And as you just heard, there have been some large advances in spatial computing since I talked to you here last year. These recent advances require an even more advanced map. And I want to talk today about why we are qualified to build that map. So first, a little bit of history. Always have to have a history slide. So my history actually goes much farther back than this. I worked at Silicon Graphics in the 90s, working on virtual reality, and the project's called Disney Quest, which is probably before your time. But I helped found Keyhole along with John Henke in 2001. And we built this global satellite imagery viewer that was acquired by Google in 2004, and it became Google Earth. And John and I and many others on the team led Google Earth, Google Maps, Street View, Local Search. We also bought SketchUp and then eventually sold it to Trimble there, and Trimble's done a good job carrying it forward. We're happy about that. I left Google in 2015 and joined Uber and helped build Uber's maps. But John stayed at Google and started this new thing called Niantic Labs inside Google, building location-based experiences like Ingress and Field Trip. In 2015, he managed to spin that company out of Google, which was really hard, and get it as a standalone company. In 2016, he launched Pokemon Go, and the rest of that is pretty much history. But as you can see, maps have been core to our mission the entire time, both before and after we launched Pokemon Go. So what do we mean by maps? Well, traditionally, there are 2 components. The locations, known as wayspots that you see in Pokemon Go, are as Pokestops and gyms. And our Pokemon Go and Ingress players actually submit them, and they curate them, and they add these interesting non-business locations to the map that help us have a gameplay that crosses many geographies. The second part is our visual positioning system, of 3D models that we build, because our Pokemon Go and Ingress players create these scans, these videos that record everything about the 3D world around them, and they upload it to our system. They submit it to us. We get hundreds of millions of these, and we've built some very interesting things. So within the games, you can see these come out as encompassing both location AR and visual AR. So Pokemon Go blends both, using maps to help locate players in the real world and show them where Pokestops are. And the Pokemon Go AR Snapshot feature was updated earlier this year to take a greatly improved player experience with placing and photographing Pokemon. Peridot continues to be the preeminent fully visual AR-based game, with a character that not only understands the physical world around it, but the semantic meaning of the objects and is able to react to them. And all of the game, the entire game, is played through the virtual window into this augmented reality world. And finally, we offer for developers the tools to leverage both location and visual AR through our APIs. So, the visual positioning system, so many of you have heard of it, some of you hopefully used it. What does it do for you? It allows you to anchor content in the real world very precisely. So if you can localize a user, and they take their camera out, they aim it at one of these 400,000 locations, once they're localized, any content that's been placed and created in that location is exactly in the right place. And this is very important because for experience to work, you can't have more than a few centimeters of error, and ours is the most accurate in the world. We're on track to expand this from 400,000 locations to 1 million locations this year. In some ways, we call this the invisible map. It is a map, but it's used to locate you and not to draw things. Now I'm going to talk about the visual map. So I said spatial computing needs a new map, but what do we mean when we say spatial computing? For Niantic, there are 3 pillars that are core to spatial computing: capture, create, and play. For capture, scanning the world and collecting the data that helps us reconstruct it. Create is to author the content for these locations in both AR and VR on the spatial map. And then play are the users who actually get to explore the locations or interact with the creations that you, the developer, have put in front of them. So we have, hopefully, good solutions for all 3. So I'd like to go into a little bit of history and depth here. We're very excited about the introduction of Gaussian splatting technology last year. SIGGRAPH paper really sort of ignited things in much the way that GenAI has ignited other areas. This changed, I think, how many people think about 3D graphics. And if you look at this on the left, this is what we were reconstructing in 3D. Textured meshes, they're very accurate, and we're able to rebuild them from our scans. That same data put into a Gaussian splat produces a radically better experience, fundamentally better visually, more accurate. What a difference a single year makes. So I've been working in 3D graphics for 38 years now. And I don't think I've seen anything this transformative since Silicon Graphics, the company I worked for, introduced real-time texture mapping in 1991. One of the most shocking differences for me can be found in trees. They look like broccoli at best in Google Earth. And now they're amazingly realistic. The detail and the Z-buffer accuracy is radically improved. I mean, you can actually drop content in here and it looks like that content's part of the real world. So we have seen 350,000 splats created from our old data and also from some new data that I'm about to talk about. So this is a very big announcement for me. Now, how many of you have ever installed Scaniverse and given it a try? A decent amount. I'm going to change that because today we're announcing Scaniverse 4 from Niantic. And this is a huge deal for us. It's a huge update, and it has a lot of new powers. So first of all, it has even better Gaussian splatting than we launched a few months ago. So it leverages on-device Gaussian splat processing. The new map feature puts user-generated scans directly on the map where they are created. And this is the best app for creating 3D scans, and it now supports entirely new ways of putting them in and exploring them, as I'll show you. And finally, I think we're going to see users explore the world and visit places that they've never been, just like they did in Google Earth, but now with a fidelity that you have never seen before. So what are the features of this app? Well, It has the fastest Gaussian splat creation, full stop. Now, there are other people out there, but you upload it to the cloud, takes 10 to 30 to 60 minutes to get the data back. You're able to collect the scan and then process the data in under a minute. And if the scan looks great, you're done. You can move on and go to your next location, collect your next set of data. But if you don't like it, you can now collect more data. This wasn't possible. Think about it as a Polaroid for 3D. So this is the first thing. It's the fastest Gaussian splat creation. The second, we've added a map. Not surprisingly, based on my background, we think maps are important, and now I'd like you to understand why. The ability to navigate these Gaussian splats in the real world, mapped to the location where they were collected and created, and allowing you to browse them geospatially, I think is really powerful. And I think we've already added 100,000 locations that were created from those Pokemon Go scans and made into models. So the map is preceded with some, but all of those white scans you see are already splats created by, at the moment, employees. But as of this morning, you can download that app yourself. Finally, we have a discovery feed. So we have the best of splats. So we're going to hopefully surface to you, much like in TikTok, you can flip up and flip through these and decide which ones look really cool to you. And then you can go visit them in the map. You can heart them, like them, share them. And we think that this is going to be another mode of social media sharing and another content type. And it's different. It's more powerful and more complete than any of the other sort of stereo photos and 3D depth photos that you might have seen. So today we're launching Niantic Scaniverse 4. And for users, it allows them to build and share a world in 3D, explore the locations around them, and add their locations to the map. We also have a Scaniverse community we've just launched at community.scaniverse.com. I know from experience that people love to talk about places they found, places they've been, and we think this will be a great way for people to share their experiences to other Scaniverse Power users. But for developers, there's even more power. We already have, as I said, hundreds of millions of scans that have built hundreds of thousands of locations, and all of this, plus the scans that we're now getting from Scaniverse, are going to be available to developers to use in their applications. You'll be able to build content around it, build experiences around it, and even build games around the map. So Scaniverse allows exporting splats as files or directly into some of our other developer tools. So for those of you who don't have it yet, please grab this QR code. I'll show it one more time a bit later, and update your Scaniverse to 4. Okay, so now you've got all these great new locations and mapped data. What can you do with it? So we have built a tool that some of you are familiar with. It's based on Eighth Wall, but at AWE in Long Beach, we announced Niantic Studio in public beta. And Eighth Wall's been synonymous with WebAR, and is a premier development platform for creating augmented reality on the web. And we launched this beta, and it has many new features. So what is it? Niantic Studio is two things. First, it's a visual editor and a major evolution of the Eighth Wall code editor. It enables a truly visual editing experience that makes everything you create accessible and visible in real time. It offers progressive complexity that enables you to build immersive experiences easily and quickly while continuing to offer professional quality tools and customization that you expect from Niantic Eighth Wall. Second, Studio is also a web gaming engine. It's built on a familiar entity component system in ECS and provides a powerful runtime environment that can manage thousands of game objects simultaneously. What I'm most excited about is that beginning today, launched last night, Niantic Studio supports splats developed, created in Scaniverse. Here you'll see a user, one of our super power employees, Ian, capturing and editing a splat of a real world location in Scaniverse. He exports that splat into Niantic Studio, and he starts to author content in Niantic Studio that's on top of the splat of the location. Once he's happy with what it said, he publishes it in Niantic Studio, and he can load in augmented reality the same location, but now placed in the real world and looking just like he saw in his development system. So now you have a kind of content that can play two ways. It can play in the real world in augmented reality, or can play in 3D in a splat in virtual reality or on a mobile app or on the web on your desktop. All possible with the same development system, Niantic Studio. Here are some other early examples of what you can build today. This is ideal for game development, educational experiences, and more. You can build on top of splats with plane colliders, with physics, and the gaming engine in Studio to turn splats into a backdrop for any real-world VR encounters. So all in real-time visual editing is quick and easily shareable across the web. And for those of you who haven't used 8th Wall, it's pretty magical. When you make edits, they are available instantaneously. There's no compile and build, there's no huge delays. You can quickly see your changes reflected in the real world, or in the augmented world, or in the virtual world. It's an amazingly powerful tool. We have thousands of these AR experiences that were already built on 8th Wall, and we expect Niantic Studio to enable both content creators and developers to create hundreds of thousands of new experiences. Most importantly, Niantic Studio is free to use and is available today on 8thwall.com. So if you haven't tried it, you should also give that a try. So one of the other big advantages of Studio and 8th Wall is that the content you publish can be published across devices, including AVP and MetaQuest 3, which we really love those MR devices that let us give an AR experience while being indoors. It's been really great for development. We're very excited about both of them. This is just the start of making real-world locations the backbone of spatial experiences. So last year at AWE, here on stage, I described something's kind of a possibility, a theory. I hand-waved my way to what was possible. But just from Mark's presentation about the Meta enterprise, this is an enterprise use case that does something a bit more than everything you saw in Mark's presentation, because it combines virtual reality and augmented reality, so two users can simultaneously share an experience where one is virtually visiting it in a splat that was collected with Scaniverse, and the other is experiencing by standing in the real world, and they're talking about an object that they can both see and place precisely at that location. So from an enterprise perspective, you can think about all sorts of powerful tools you can build with this, but I can also imagine that for content creation and for game development, there's some amazing things you could build with it as well. So we're very happy to see Meta for Business and MetaQuest for Business, and I think there's a lot of power in bringing these headsets into enterprise opportunities. Also, in local news, we're announcing a project with the Singapore Tourism Board to bring Niantic Map technology to headsets here in Singapore. There's going to be a pilot coming soon that shows off some of Singapore's key tourism attractions, and I think you'll really like it when you actually get to try it. So, I started out by declaring spatial computing needs a new map, and Niantic is building it. I showed you the updates to Scaniverse and how you can build with Niantic Studio. Our mission is to get people outside using devices, but we think there's a very interesting set of experiences where people share location experience across devices. Now, this goes beyond mobile devices and includes mixed reality headsets. This is why we've been investing in building the Niantic map. Spatial computing devices will eventually go outdoors, and that crossover point that was shown in the slide earlier is going to happen. And these true AR glasses will need an incredibly accurate 3D map of the world. This is backbone infrastructure that will enable any outdoor wearable to display spatial content in ways that understands and meaningfully engages with the world around you. With Scaniverse, you can capture any place in the world and add it to the map. With Niantic Studio, you can create and build entirely new experiences connected to a location. And you'll be able to connect the same location with different devices remotely. So at Niantic, our mission is larger. We want to build a map that everyone can use. We think this is the start of a new era, and we want to build this new spatial map. We're grateful to the many developers and businesses that we're already working with. And also at 2:55 p.m. today, Min-Si Lo will be going into much more detail about Scaniverse on Substage 2, which, by the way, is right next to the Niantic booth, which I think everybody should go visit. We welcome all of you to try our tools and help us build the spatial map together, because we still believe that XR is for everyone, everywhere, all at once. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, share the new map for AR development. So now that our keynotes have finished, I'm happy to see that the expo hall is now open for you to explore our exciting exhibitor. So we now begin sessions on the 3 stages, substage 1 and substage 2. Okay, so here on the main stage, we are next up on the main stage is continue to the discussion of AR maps with the session Connecting Both Worlds by Mr. Toshihiro Onuma, head of Japan and Great China, geo partnerships to Google. Please join me to welcome Toshihiro.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm excited to be back here to connect with AR and XR community. I'm also honored to be here to share our efforts in AR as Google today. So Google has been investing in AR spaces for a few years, making AR experiences universally accessible and useful to represent our corporate mission. So today, I'd like to introduce our AR efforts from 2 perspectives, for consumers and for developers and creators. The world is beautiful and messy and constantly changing. So our roles on Google Maps team is to accurately reflect and model this ever-changing world. So it is enabled by evolving technologies and number of different steps, and more importantly, pure ideas to represent the physical world. So Google Maps is now 19 years old. Thanks to our users, developers, and partners, we have mapped more than 200 countries and territories, and published 200 million places and businesses, and helped billions of users move around. So from now on, we will refine more our advantages and enhance innovations that faithfully represent the real world in our unique way. So we have been mapping the world in detail and scale over the past 16 years, using satellite, aerial, and ground-level imagery to build a new understanding of the dynamic physical world. In total, we have covered more than 10 million miles of Street View imagery and more than 36 million square miles of HD satellite imagery, covering more than 98% of entire population. Now, Google is using this mapping to open the way for the next wave of immersive computing. Extensive experiences imagery collection and its processing has made it possible to model objects and buildings in 3D. And AI has accelerated the evolutions, making it possible to model from building to city itself. So fusing imagery into dimensions, it is now possible to create 3-dimensional imagery that recreates the details of the cityscape. One of the urban challenges we feel is that the increasing complexity of urban streets and buildings is making it more difficult to get to our destinations. With a strong imagery foundation of Google Maps, we are using AR to help people explore and navigate the world around them. Starting with the launch of live walking navigation in 2019, we brought our way the new technology we call global localization, which combines VPS, Street View, and machine learning to more accurately identify position and orientation. With Live View, you will get clear direction to get your final destination, both outdoors and indoors. Live View is available outdoor areas in over 100 countries and indoor facilities such as airports, train stations, and shopping malls, including Singapore here. So we hope that you can use Live View to make your urban mobility more convenient. So 2 years ago, we introduced Lensing Maps, which combines AI and AR technology to make it easier than ever to find things nearby. Whether you're in search of an ATM, a great restaurant, or a subway stop, all you need to do is lift your smartphone. Last year, we expanded Lensing Maps to more cities and up-leveled the experience. So we started showing more places faster and pointing them out in world-anchored 3D instead of 2D screen space. So with this change, we are seeing that 3D helps people better understand the distance, position, and orientation of the places around them. The 3D and XR category is still nascent, and we believe that open platform can sharply accelerate its growth. For the past 2 years, we have been investing in giving everyone the power to build world-scale, immersive, and location-based AR experiences through our geospatial platform. We launched Geospatial API, which makes it possible for developers and creators to remotely attach contents to any area covered by Street View by pressing Anchor in the world. So for consumer of these contents, Geospatial API determines the location with high precision using device sensor and GPS data, so they can experience the AR contents accurately anchored to the world. So as momentum keeps growing this product, we are proud to announce that Geospatial API coverage will expand to India, home to the most innovative creators and engaged viewers later this year. So we can wait to see what creates there. And content is a key for user engagement and sustainable growth of new immersive experiences. With Geospatial AR, developers and creators can blend digital content seamlessly with the real world, transforming the way we interact with our surroundings. So now you can embed hidden layers of knowledge and insights directly into the world around you, so making an ordinary space an extraordinary adventure. So developers and creators want familiar tools and frameworks across capabilities they are most familiar with, and be able to publish their contents easily to the broadest and most relevant audience. So last year, we launched Geospatial Creator, partnering with Adobe and Unity, a set of capabilities that makes it easy for developers and creators alike to visualize, build, and robust 3D digital contents in over 50 countries. So it packages features like Geospatial API and photorealistic 3D tiles, streetscape geometry API, and more together, so our developers can focus on creating great experiences. That's the reason why we have been engaging with the ecosystem to define and support open standards for interactive 3D scenes. The Geospatial Creator has been a game changer by enabling developers and creators to push boundaries of innovation. Last year's hackathon, Google's Immersive Geospatial Challenge, provided a sneak peek of innovative product this technology can enable. So since the launch of Geospatial Creator, we have been so impressed by all the AR creations global developers and creators share through social media and hackathon. The AR innovations pushes boundaries of industries across entertainment, arts, gaming, shopping, travel, and many more. So we are committed to making your experience even better. So that's why we are rolling out a number of updates to improve content creation performance and efficiency with Geospatial Creator. So first, we are excited to announce that Geospatial Creator in Adobe Aero is now available to everyone. So this means no more wait list. So creators worldwide can jump in and start building world-scale AR experiences. This release also improved the localization and anchor accuracy, ensuring your AR creation is placed with even better precision. Second, developers can create and adjust anchors at a scale with a Unity editor using the C# programming language. So you can place the same digital objects across multiple locations with a few lines of code, supported by Google Maps platform. This opens the possibilities for brands and businesses to easily anchor contents at all of their locations. Additionally, we have been improving the many components of Geospatial Creator. So we have expanded the coverage of streetscape geometry API from 250 to over 2,000 cities. So now covering over 260 millions of 3D buildings. The streetscape geometry API provides the geometry of terrain, buildings, or other structure in the scene. So geometry can be used for occlusion, rendering, or placing AR content. So now you can use the real world as a canvas for the pretty fun and engaging experiences. So besides continuing to make content creation easier, so we know how hard it is to reach the right audience with your amazing AR content. So traditional methods are time-consuming and costly and don't always hit the right audience. And convincing people to download yet another mobile app is also a major hurdle. So well, we are about to make it easier for you. So discoverability is a key for content distribution. So we are excited to announce that our pilot partners will be able to publish their immersive geospatial contents in Google Maps. Over 1 billion people worldwide rely on Google Maps to get their destinations and discover the world around them. So this year, we are pleased that we run a pilot program to bring the incredible AR experiences directly into Google Maps. So let's walk through an example with one of the pilot partners, Singapore Tourism Board. So please watch the video on an entirely new way to experience a point of interest in Google Maps.
Every place has a story. Within every pin is more than a destination, a family business, a memorable experience, a deep history. Introducing a new canvas to tell more immersive global stories through Google Maps, powered by Google's AR Core and Geospatial Creator.
We are excited by the use of augmented reality, or AR, to complement and enhance the travelers' on-site experiences. I'm Wong Ming Fai, Chief Technology Officer at Singapore Tourism Board. And we see that AR can benefit travelers in that, one, it aids in the discovery of new places of interest, and two, it enriches travelers through deepening them with an understanding of Singapore's rich culture and history. I think technology can help to integrate and connect the pieces in the front-end experiences where visitors have to interact with attractions to add on new dimensions and make it more interesting. And so far, they've created more than 25 AR experiences across key tourism precincts in Singapore. And that's just the beginning. More will be in the pipeline. Our vision is to become the world's first AR city on Google Maps.
By partnering with the Singapore Tourism Board, businesses and developers are creating augmented reality experiences within Google Maps that are redefining how visitors explore and discover the city's countless wonders.
I think this is of great benefit to local tourism businesses, and we have so far onboarded more than a dozen local partners to join us on this journey.
Okay, so in this example, you are seeing the must-be iconic Singapore landmark, Gardens by the Bay. So Google Maps will open, and you'll be able to see the geospatial AR contents remotely in Street View. So over Street View imagery, you're excited to check out when you're there. So you save the location in your Singapore list and share with a friend who you are traveling with. Fast forward, you are now in Singapore. So you've opened up Google Maps, zoom into the Gardens by the Bay, and navigate there to see the super tree grove inside the garden. You tap on the photo on the business page of Gardens by the Bay to launch the AR camera experience, where you see the colorful tulips growing right in front of you. It all feels so magical and dreamlike. So you can share this special moment with the rest of your circle to see the experience either today remotely or one day in person. Also, you want to eat somewhere with really good local food. Browsing Google Maps, you notice Maxwell Food Center nearby. You can see what place is and whether it is worth visiting by opening up the business page to learn more about the place. So you can see that there's another geospatial AR contents in the photo carousel showing you all the food you can get there. As you arrive at the food center, so you open a food court center page, simply tap on the first photo to begin the interacting with AR contents in lensing maps. The recommended dishes are showing up right where you are in your camera view. So you can tap on each dish to learn more about it and where in the food center to get it. So moving the location to Paris, the immersion walking along the Seine River during the Paris Olympic and Paralympic Games this summer, or exploring the unique neighborhood. So Google Arts and Culture will transport you an immersive experience, revealing great stories through the AR camera on Google Maps. You can step back in time right where you stand. The AR contents you created, it's not just for visitors who are physically there. Global remote audiences can also discover the geospatial contents in Street View. So with a mix of helpful, delightful AR contents, we want creators, developers, local businesses, and brands to see how AR contents of Google Maps can be engaging and easy to use, and shareable for users. Now, get ready because the geospatial AR content is coming to Google Maps. So we have kicked off the early access program to bring incredible AR experiences directly into Google Maps. So users in these cities will see your geospatial AR creations when they are looking for the places to go and things to do on Google Maps. So we can wait to see the inspiring AR contents you will create and the amazing AR world we will build together. So if you're ready to create inspiring contents, make sure to visit our geospatial platform and Google Maps resources to learn more. So we believe that the profound shift triggered by AR is that all things and places can acquire digital attributes. So AR Core makes it easier than ever for developers and creators to make the world their canvas. So we hope that geospatial technology will help you unlock your imagination. The physical objects and places themselves will increasingly become the canvases for the personalized, immersive, and rich experiences. So we can wait to see what you create when the world is your canvas. We hope you're as excited about the future of AR and XR as we are. So Google is committed to expanding the reach of the immersive experiences across the globe. The ongoing improvements to the AR Core are designed to empower developers and creators. So we want to lower barriers to entry and nurture a robust AR and XR ecosystem. Integrating immersive geospatial contents into Google Maps is a good example that shows XR is not just a niche technology, but could also be the part of how we interact with experiences on a daily basis. So through our Google Maps and AR Core products, we envision enabling developers to add digital attributes to the physical world and redefining the way for people to learn, create, shop, get information, and play. So we believe that connecting physical and digital worlds, we can have a better impact on the society. So that's our aspiration at Google. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Toshi, for the insightful discussion on the development of geospatial AR. So we will now have a short break for coffee, and we'll begin again here at 11 o'clock for next session in the developers track. Feel free to grab coffee, mingle, and come back at 11. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We were about to kick off our next sessions in developers track. Before we move to the healthy care, wellness, and society content track, our next talk is our first panel of the day. And I'm happy to welcome voices from all sides, platform, ecosystem, and developers. The next talk is called Development for Cross-Platform XR App Made Easier by Ms. Zhen Tian, Director of Product Management at Pico, Mr. Jimmy Alma Parma Bill, Technology Lead at ByteDance, and Mr. Joe Connolly, Founder and the CEO at Green Sky Games. Please join me in welcoming Jane, Jimmy, and Joe.
Welcome everybody. In this session, we're delighted to talk about how to develop a cross-platform apps. We're hopefully to make things easier for developers and introducing the standardized framework that you can deploy your app across different headsets or different platforms. Okay, so I'm Jane. I'm from Pico. I'm the product manager from Pico OS. I'm really delighted to share some experience and our lessons learned for developers. Now let's get over to my colleague, Jimmy.
Hi, my name is Jimmy Allen Parmble. I work in the Developer Technology Engineering Group at Pico. I'm also a dad of 2 kids who used to think my dad jokes were lame. But nowadays, they have grown on them. Sorry.
And,
on to Joe.
Sorry, Jimmy. Yeah, and I'm Joe from Green Sky Games, and I just got in 24 hours of travel, so if I mumble a little bit, that's why. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so glad to have product team, the engineering team, and our delighted partnership team from Green Sky to share some experience. Okay.
Doesn't seem to advance. Ah, there.
Okay, just to get started, let's look at how we develop an app at the moment. Before OpenXR, developers need to use the SDK provided by the platform, using the SDK to write specifically for that platform. So if you want to deploy your app into a different headset, you have to rewrite the whole thing. You have to rewrite the code. It's a lot of effort. Now we have OpenXR. So the good thing about OpenXR is it provides a standardized API. So for example, if you are a headset developer, you can automatically get access to some basic VR features out of the box. You just need to write up to the OpenXR API and use the native OpenXR SDK. One example is YouTube VR. YouTube VR has published across different headsets. So the good thing about it is with OpenXR SDK, you can access really high-speed processing within the app. However, there's still a disadvantage for that. As you know, that writing up to OpenXR API still needs a lot of work, and it's just way difficult compared with using the engine. So let's introduce another way, which is using the engine. Well, engine make it easier. You can just access to the OpenXR APIs, access to the functionalities provided by the engine SDK. Both Unity and Unreal provides engine OpenXR SDKs. So maybe we can introduce Joe to give us some example of how he used the engine to develop a cross-headset app.
Awesome, thanks, Jane. So again, I'm Joe, founder of Green Sky Games. We have a few titles out. Swarm 1, which is the top action-rated title on Quest, and Swarm 2, which was the NYX Arcade Game of the Year this year. And I just want to tell you a little bit about how we use the Pico OpenXR plugin to get Swarm 2 ported to both Pico and a few other platforms. And so let's talk about context. So Swarm 1, I don't know if any of you know it, but it's a grappling game. It's an experience that could only happen in VR, and it's fundamentally built around this grappling movement where you kind of feel like Spider-Man with guns. And when we started Swarm 2 development, we were starting from Swarm 1 code. And when we ported Swarm 1, it was entirely built around the Oculus SDK. And there were dependencies, so many dependencies on that SDK, that in order to port it, we actually had to rewrite all of the XR code, all of the hand tracking, all of the headset tracking. And it was so much work that we actually had to hire an external agency to do that work for us. Each port would take about 3 months and cost tens of thousands of dollars. And I think now maybe the cheapest rate you can get on a similar port is around 40,000 US from a Brazilian studio. But it was a lot of work. And so with Swarm 2, we wanted to take a different approach. And so we got the OpenXR plugin from Jane and the Pico team, and we wanted to build a platform-agnostic system that would allow us to get Swarm 2 on a bunch of different platforms. Now, the issue was that we had started from Swarm 1 code, so we had these dependencies. So step 1 was refactor the code, so we could get rid of the dependencies, and great. Now OpenXR handled all of the XR input across all platforms, which was fantastic. Step 2 was we had to build a platform adapter. So different platforms have platform-specific features like friends, achievements, leaderboards, and we wanted to abstract away from any platform-specific implementations. And so the platform adapter, we could call it without using any specific code for that platform, and the platform adapter would figure out what platform we're on and what do we want to do. So for example, leaderboards, which is platform-specific, we could call leaderboards, and it would return leaderboard data that we could then display, but we wouldn't have to care about where the avatar images stored, or where or how are the usernames formatted. It would just handle all of it for us. So in doing this, we really reduced the amount of both development time but also QA time that we needed to do this. And we learned some things along the way. So the platform adapter, when you're building it, you really have to make sure that it supports all features for all platforms. So for instance, Quest might have 120 Hertz mode that other platforms might not have, and it has to support all of them. And so what do we wish we did differently when we started, right? That's what we're here to sort of tell you about, is really just that we wish we started with OpenXR. Now all of our projects, we've got 3 unannounced titles, actually start with OpenXR so we can be platform agnostic, and it saved us about 3 months of work with 2 devs for each of those platforms. So I really believe that OpenXR is the way to go. Back to you, Jane.
Thank you, Joe. That was a great use case. So just like we said, using the engine OpenXR plugin makes things way easier because you can just build once and you can easily deploy across different platforms easily. So we talk about using the OpenXR native implementation. Now we also talk about Unity and Unreal. They both offer the official engine OpenXR plugin, and we really encourage developers to actually try use those. And besides using right up to the engine SDK, actually there's even easier way because engines, they usually provide some standardized tools. For example, some standardized toolkits that you can easily just check or uncheck the features, the platform, that you can just enable the basic features. So speaking of the standardized abstraction tools, Jimmy, would you like to share some experience?
Sure. So Joe spoke about how you could basically just use OpenXR plugin and provide some platform abstractions on top of that to help get all your apps across multiple headsets. Now, is there, I think what we kind of think about is there a better option than having to create all these platform abstractions for all these features? And I think the answer is basically yes, because some of the things that Unity provides, for example, are like these higher level abstractions on top of the plugins, including things like XR Interaction Toolkit, XR Hands, and both of those for input, as well as AR Foundation for more of the MR kind of features, like anchors or meshing, etc. So if you wanted to use XR Interaction Toolkit, it provides like cross-platform XR input abstraction. So whether you have controllers or you have your hands or you're using touch controls on mobile, those are all like abstracted away, and you can basically just use them independently. And you basically just create an interactor, and that'll allow you to just create an app that interacts with your XR world, if you will. And then you can also create interactables in the world, that will help you to do things like basic object hover, select, grab, that kind of stuff. And it'll also give you visual feedback of all your interactions. And it also allows you to give sort of standard UIs that you could provide out of the box. And it'll help you make a lot of progress with very little effort because you already have all these tools provided for you. In addition to that, there's also, as I mentioned, AR Foundation. So AR Foundation is kind of like an abstraction over the MR features, things like anchors, meshing, body tracking, and so on. Some headsets provide this AR Foundation abstractions and integration. And if you're using those headsets, then you can basically just write to this one API and or this one abstraction rather, and basically have it work across all your headsets. So I mentioned AR Foundation, and I'm guessing that some people's ears peaked up because I'm curious, how many mobile XR developers are here? By raising hands?
Yeah, there are quite a few.
Yeah. And how many of you have heard of AR Foundation? Yeah, I guess the same people. So mobile XR has essentially a lot of apps that are using AR Foundation. So this is a common theme among mobile XR. Joe, I'm curious, if you were to handle a mobile XR app, how would you go about doing that?
Yeah, I mean, I think our main takeaway from porting Swarm 1, paying all that money, taking all that time, and then using the OpenXR plugin for Swarm 2 is that a higher level abstraction just saves a ton of time. So we'd want to do something similar.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what we're kind of saying. Like, you should consider porting your mobile XR apps over to headset because it's way simpler. If you're already using AR Foundation, for example, it'll just translate right across. You don't have to do anything at all. If you're using XR Interaction Toolkit, that's great. But even if you're not, it's easy enough to use XR Interaction Toolkit to provide some of the more input management kind of functionality. So all in all, it's way easier to convert to mobile, convert from mobile to XR if you already have these higher level abstractions that you're using. You might need some adjustments to your UI, etc. But for the most part, it should just come across. So
Jimmy, I've got a question here. What different platforms does this support, and how would you actually enable it?
Yes, so if the way you enable it is basically through XR plugin management. Good question, by the way, Joe. So basically, XR plugin management allows you to look at the different support you have for different hardware, including AR Core on mobile, and for example, if you have Pico or other headset platforms, you can select it in your XR plugin management. So in this case, for example, if you had a mobile app that used AR Core, you could just check the Pico checkbox there, and you now have support for Pico headsets, and you could just build your app onto Pico. For the most part, with very little change. In the Pico plugin settings at the bottom there, you have the selection for AR Foundation support and the particular features of AR Foundation that we're supporting through Pico. So that's kind of like pretty easy in the dialog box. In addition to that, basically what we looked at was how do we actually try and bring some of these AR Foundation apps across to Pico. So we looked at the AR Foundation samples, And we kind of considered how easy would it be to just bring across these AR foundation samples to headset, like from a mobile to headset, how easy would it be? So one of the features that we have that supports AR foundation is a body tracker. So this is a separate hardware that we provide. It basically sits on your arms and legs and allows you to track your body. Now, AR Foundation has a sample that only works on ARKit that uses the ARKit body tracking example. Now, we just took that same scene, brought it over to the headset, and all we had to do was change some settings, especially the bone controller, because we have slightly different bones from what ARKit provides. And we were able to just make it work with very little changes. I mean, basically no code changes at all, just some config changes and settings changes, essentially. So this is kind of like our that AR Foundation sample in action once we've moved it over to headset.
Yeah, I want to add one more point. The good thing about this is potentially a lot of developer or a lot of headset platform, they provide different hardwares. If you are a developer, you have to rewrite your code to actually adapt to a new tracker. However, if we enable in the AR Foundation, you just need to check the body tracker and then check the target platform like Pico, then you will automatically fit for your targeted devices. So quite convenient.
Another example was the anchors. So AR Foundation Samples already has an anchor tracking example. Anchors are basically just things that you can basically place in the world, and they will maintain their position as you move around. So we took that mobile AR Foundation sample, and then we just changed the input mode of it so that we could just put place trackers with the controller. So we basically had one extra editor script that basically allowed you to place anchors using the controller. And doing that, basically, that was the only change we made for this particular sample. And we were able to do basically creating anchors in your room, essentially, using our headset and the controllers.
Yeah, as you guys can see, like we added some Pico premium features like create anchor, delete memories, all the options you can all enable through AR Foundation.
And finally, we had a sample for meshing. So this one, again, translated pretty much with no code changes, and actually just all we had to do was put in some configs for our meshing subsystem. So all these are basically XR subsystems that AR Foundation supports. So we just provide implementations for those. And so in this sample, we had very little changes. In fact, we didn't even change the texture and we didn't change the shaders that were used on the mesh, so it doesn't look great, but we just wanted to prove a point that we had very little changes that we needed to do to basically show off basically this mobile sample coming across the headset. Now, these samples should work on every headset that also supports AR Foundation. So that's kind of like, I guess, the extent of all the different samples that we have that we can show. But we basically have an SDK coming out that supports AR Foundation with Pico. Do you want to speak a bit more about that?
Sure. Thank you, Jimmy, for the detailed explanation. As you can see, that enabling some higher level abstraction tools is quite easy. So just a quick summarize, we've talked about how to develop across different headsets. You can use the OpenXR native SDK. You can use the engine OpenXR SDK. Or if you want to make it even easier to develop from a mobile platform over to a headset, you can actually use the Unity's standardized framework like XR Interaction Toolkits, XR Hands, or the AR Foundation. So as Jimmy just explained, it's super easy. You just go to the setting, check the target platform like Pico, and then you just check each feature then you can enable that on our target platform. So all you can do, for example, if you're targeting Pico platform, just go to our developer website, download the Pico Unity OpenXR plugin or the Unreal OpenXR plugin, then it will automatically work. So with the upcoming Pico 4 Ultra launch, we are delighted to announce that we support fully engine OpenXR plugin for both Unity and Unreal. Also, we will be fully support the latest version of AR Foundation, XRI, and XR Hands. So you can experience all the latest feature provided by the official engine platform, all enabled on our platform. So hopefully you guys will give it a try and make your life easier.
Yeah, and the other thing, there's the added advantage of bringing over mobile XR apps very easily over to headset. So I think we should not discount that factor. I think it's a very important factor. I think a lot of mobile XR developers are interested in going over to headset, and this would be kind of like a good way to start doing that.
Yeah, Joe, what do you think? If you can just develop once and you can deploy on different platforms, that will make way more traffic and revenue.
Way easier, yeah. I could have saved a lot of headaches.
Time and money.
Yeah.
Okay. Hope this session will find helpful for you guys. And thank you so much for attending this session.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you very much to Jane, Jimmy, and Joe for that insightful panel. And congratulations to Pico. Best of luck with the upcoming product launch. I think that they just announced that new headset launching on August 20th. So very timely. So next up, in the developers track, we have the session Dream It, Build It with Snap AR and Gen AI. Snap has some exciting updates to share with developers, and this is our first session that directly addresses and calls out Gen AI in its title, so exciting stuff. We're pleased to have Mr. Srivatsan Jayashankar, Head of AR Partnerships at Snap India, as well as Mr. Vlad Vasilkovich, Director of AR Production at Snap Inc., and Valeria Yanchuk, Senior AR Project Manager at Snap Inc. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Can everyone hear me? All right. Good morning, and it's such a pleasure to be in here in person at AW Asia today. I'm Srivatsan Jayashankar from Snap, and we're going to dive in for the next few minutes. We'll walk you through how the Snap AR ecosystem and Snap AR with tools and technologies, we've actually broken beyond boundaries of digital and physical, and combining together seamlessly. We will also actually show you how Snap AR doesn't just build, complement AR experiences, but also enrich user experiences on Snapchat and beyond Snapchat. So we have a very vibrant Snap AR community that comes together with a lot of creative and technical minds who create really engaging experiences on Snap. As a result, we have 300 million people who use AR every day on Snap. We introduced AR experiences, what we call lenses, through which many of you, most of you, if not all of you, would have actually experienced AR, either through our iconic dog ears or through the rainbow filters. How many of you have actually here experienced these lenses? Just show up your hands, yes? I see a lot of young audience. I think the age determines how well you use Snap here. We actually have Lens Studio, which is our tool, which was initially used by our internal developers. We opened this tool to our larger community to actually build AR experiences through which a lot of our Snap users actually get to explore and use AR experiences on our app. Since then, our products have actually evolved to much more complex experiences. We have face meshes, body meshes, through which we can actually show you human AR. We have world AR, through which we actually capture buildings and cityscapes using AR through Snap. With many capabilities such as hand tracking, world AR, environment matching, we brought a new level of realism to AR experiences. With these, our Snap AR community members built incredibly natural and deeply engaging experiences. 4 years ago, we actually launched Camera Kit. Camera Kit extends the power of Snap AR beyond Snapchat. You can take the tools and technologies that Snap provides into your own applications, web, and multiple other formats. With Camera Kit, we've been able to actually experience the power of Snap AR in various other mobile apps, desktop apps, even concerts and stadiums. So as a result of all this work that we've done over a decade, we have more than 350,000 developers built over 3.5 million lenses. At Snap, we're committed to continuously improving this tool and actually making developers have access to our tools to build better experiences. A few months ago at AWUSA, we launched Lens Studio 5.0. So one of the most exciting additions about Lens Studio 5.0 is our plugins. We now support plugins. We can see a lot of our creators already adding value and creating plugins for Lens Studio. Lens Studio also has a very, very interesting factor, which is my most favorite one, is it's not only for really experienced AR developers. It's also for new creators who want to explore the world of AR. With our Gen AI suite, we actually let new creators build really engaging AR experiences. To talk more about Gen AI, I'm going to call our very own experts, Vlad and Valeria.
Hi, everyone. Excited to be here at AWE Asia today. So we are thrilled to talk about Gen AI today to you. So Gen AI Suite is basically a family of plugins, which in core has Gen AI technology. But before we all dive into Gen AI, let's take a look on our journey to this moment to have a better understanding of the importance of it. So our journey started nearly 10 years ago when the carousel with first AR experiences, we call them lenses, appeared in Snapchat's camera. Since that moment, we created thousands and thousands experiences and millions from our community creators. And in 2019, we released very first in its kind ML-based VR experience. You see right now on the screens three lenses, baby lens and two my twin lenses. And since that moment, these lenses have become a big part of our lives. We've seen a lot of our friends and families playing with that. We see community creators created a lot of content with that. We've seen a lot appearances also on TV shows or stadiums or events like this, thanks to the camera kit. And they were received well by our Snapchatters, and to talk about that, few numbers. So on average, Snapchatters engage with ML lenses, like ML face lenses, nearly 100 million times per day. In US only, nearly 70 million Snapchatters play with this scary smile lens. In the first half of this year, Snapchatters played with ML lenses more than 25 billion times. And since the release, the immersive ML lenses, during the first 2 months, Snapchatters played with them in average 53 million times per day. Crazy numbers. And we see that our community loves them. So what's behind these lenses?
What exactly are these lenses? So Gen AI lenses are the result of machine learning techniques to analyze and then manipulate the real-time camera input. So they mix together features from the reference, the real-time camera feed, to create a really exciting new experiences. Gen AI algorithms can apply various transformations, various effects, animations also. For example, FaceML effect can help you generate new expressions, realistic face expressions. For example, change age, apply makeup. Immersive full screen ML can change the entire screen, the entire stylization of your image. And also, Gen AI is possible to create new 3D characters for you. Gen AI is really impressive, game changer, but working with Gen AI is basically was not always easy. So to build a generative effect, you need to develop a creative concept, build a diverse data set, find a model architecture, train the final model, and then deploy it on device. Each step of this development process is crucial, essential. For instance, without clear design concept, the lens may not engage users well as poor data set can lead to a model that doesn't work properly. Picking a wrong model or not training it properly can limit its abilities. And finally, without proper deploying on device, the final lens can cause technical issues. So yes, development of Gen AI lenses are not only technical challenge, but also very time-consuming. Back then, it took us 7 months to create our first baby lens. It was a very big team, a lot of people involved in this process. Snap team has put an extensive effort to speed up this process, to adapt and finalize all the processes with one purpose, with one ultimate goal to deliver and produce a tool to introduce it to our community creators. So now everyone can create this lens within a few hours. And basically, 3D asset generation is also something that we achieved recently. The 3D asset generation not only saves up to 15 hours for LAN creators, but also empowers them to create 3D assets without specialized programs and without any 3D art skills.
So our main goal with the release of GenAI Suite was to democratize the technology and make it available for our community creators, make it easier for them and faster, so creator can stay on their vision. So what do we have there? Well, first we have ML face effects. Now you can create easily your very own ML face model and use it in your lens. Next up, we have head morph. Like Valeria mentioned, right now you don't require to learn 3D design skills. We covered you there. You just can give us a prompt or like a prompt, yes, and we will cover you there. You can create character lenses like animals, monsters, superheroes without learning 3D design. Just a prompt, and we will generate you 3D character head, animated, and you can place it in your lens project and place it on head tracking easily with click one button. Next one, we've added immersive ML tech. Like Valeria mentioned, this technology allows you to generate stylization model, where you can become in your lens cartoon character or part of famous painting or whatever you dream up. Just single prompt or reference image and we will generate a model for you. Next one, 3D assets, same as head morphs. You're providing us prompt and reference image and we will generate a 3D model both with materials and textures and then you can use it in your lens project. And the one very recent release, addition to our family of plugins, garment generation, where you can generate your own unique garment, like holographic hoodie or t-shirt, or a yellow t-shirt with cat print. Just a seconds, place in your lens project, use it in your lens. And of course, to make it easier for you, we've added AI assistant, which helps you, like basically it's an AI model trained on all our documentation and learning materials. So you will have your answers on your questions easily, faster, without need to leave the Lens Studio. So the release, one more time, our focus was to make it easier for you. So you will stay on your design vision.
Yeah, let's talk about design in GenAI lenses now. So we all understand that success of lenses depends not only on technical aspects, but to thoughtful design that considers user needs, quality data, ethics, and continuous improvement. Continuous improvement. Focusing on design enables the creation of lenses that are both user-friendly and aligning with community values. Design elements such as colors, segmentations, animations, transitions, those are powerful effects, powerful tools to shape your user experience. And also, I would recommend to try dynamic effects, transitions, like something that is movable and interactive to evoke emotions and make AR interactions more memorable and more enjoyable. Well-designed animations stickers, frames, segmentations can capture users' attention and empower engagement. We encourage you to experiment. Try to combine different effects, different AR technologies. Your exploration will definitely foster innovations and unlock new possibilities. I highly recommend to use retouch over generated effects to make the final picture more smooth. Also, I would say that immersive ML, which is like full screen ML, is basically the immeasurable source of inspiration, and we can do basically any kind of stylization with this effect. So I would recommend to try applying this immersive ML over 3D assets, for example, head morph or just generated assets as 3D. The experience will become more engaging, more enjoyable. And so try it all, give us our feedback, and your experience and feedback are invaluable to us. We, together with you, we can shape and define the future of AR. And I would like to pass the stage to Srivatsan. Back.
Thank you, Vlad. Thank you, Valeria. All right. So whether you're actually a developer, a student, you're looking to actually build your business in AR, whatever your ambition or your aspiration in AR is, Snap AR lets you actually dream it and build it. We've been working with a lot of our community developers across the globe. I'm going to cover two very important aspects of our community and how we actually work with our community. The first is actually our Snap Lens network. Some of them are actually here. Snap Lens network is our top AR creators who we work with very, very, very closely on major activations. They get access to tools and technologies even before it's available to the public. And the most important and the loud factor about being an SLN for our members is they get a verified Snap profile. This lets them actually enhance their user experience and reach on the Snapchat app and beyond. We also have our community on Discord, which is super active. If you are an AR developer or if you want to be an AR developer, I would urge you to actually check out our Snap AR page in Discord and join our community. You'll get all the information and all our news on that. And you can also send us your feedback, like Valeria requested. Whenever you have to build something, have any questions, you can feel free to reach out to us on Discord. All right, Lens Creator Rewards. What is Lens Creator Rewards, right? Most of you who actually build lenses or want to build lenses would love to monetize it. At Snap, with the introduction of new Lens Creator Rewards, we help our creators monetize on the most engaging and AR experiences that are lenses built on our app. To check out more about this, please do visit our page, Snap AR. Let it be about downloading Lens Studio and getting started. If you're already an existing Lens developer and you want to know more about Lens Creator Rewards, you can find all the information on Snap AR. All right, so to end the session, I would like to actually also give you the golden invite to the session that's going to be hosted by our very own Steven with some of our top SLN developers at 3:30 today, growing and sustaining on the Snap AR ecosystem. Thank you, everyone.
thank you all for the inspiring speech, the sessions. And as we move into the final session before our lunch break, we shift our focus on the social impact of immersed tech. I'm happy to welcome the stage Mr. Andy Christia, who directors Science and Technology at the Council of Europe, and now serves as a Romania National MP, and Mr. Josh Lee, Managing Director for APAC at the Future of Privacy Forum. They will give the session through the Looking Glass, Policy, Privacy, and Human Rights in the Metaverse. Please join me to welcoming Andy and Josh.
Okay, a very good afternoon to everyone, or still good morning, 10 minutes away from afternoon. I know this session stands between all of us and our lunch break, but we have, I think, 25 or 30 minutes. Let's make it as productive as we can to give you all some food for thought before you go for food for lunch. So my name is Josh, and with me here we have Andy. And this session is not going to be your usual panel session. It's going to be a bit more interesting, a bit more interactive, more of a fireside chat sort of format. So maybe I'll kick things off, right, by asking Andy a question. Andy, recently I understand that you are part of the Science and Technology Committee in the Council of Europe, and you are the rapporteur for that committee. There's been a report on the Metaverse that you guys have just published recently on this very issue, looking at the implications and policy implications for society. Would you like to share with the audience what that is about?
Josh, it's a privilege to be here, and may I start with a word of praise for the organizer of this beautiful event. It's always good to be back in Singapore. So indeed, this is music to my ears. At the Council of Europe, we are looking at the values which are very close to our heart. Council of Europe is an international organization, European-based one. We have 46 member states, European countries, covering almost 700 million European citizens. And in our job description, we have promoting and preserving democracy, rule of law, and human rights. And this is the main lenses through which we are looking at these new emergent technologies. And indeed, Josh, we are having this report, which is being guided and managed by myself about the Metaverse. And I would like to start with the end in mind, and I will be strategic in my presentation. I would like to define our goal, to see what challenges are lying ahead, and then I will go down this rabbit hole of the Metaverse itself. So I would say that we have the society and we have the technology, and the interplay between them is of paramount importance. And I will start with our society. And allow me, please, to ask ourselves and ask you, the technology itself, is it a goal? Is the technology a goal in itself, or rather an instrument for achieving a specific goal? And if so, what would be our goal? And I'm not trying to be dramatic or pathetic, but I would like to ask ourselves in 60 years from now, what is our goal? I mean, do we want to be the richest men and women from the cemeteries, or we care about what kind of society we leave behind? And it goes without saying that for us is B. We are thinking about what kind of society we leave behind. And when talking about society, I dare to say that from a scientific perspective, I'm taking you down a very, very fast conceptual, probably a bit dry rabbit hole, but our society is a complex adaptive system. It's like a network of interacting agents. It has a lot of moving parts, and those moving parts and sub-networks, subsystems are interacting not always in a linear manner. So we have non-linear interactions. And this society, this complex adaptive system is continuously morphing and adapting itself to the change of the interaction of its parts and of the environment in which those interactions are taking place. And I would like to define the challenge. Well, I'll give you a personal perspective, because from our perspective, from the perspective of the Council of Europe, the challenge is about how to structure institutions to maintain those values I was mentioning before. And also, it's important to keep the society stable during very rapid changes generated by unprecedented technological innovations.
Yep.
So we have this mismatch, this asymmetry between the expectations of the people, which are being accelerated by the use of technology, and on the other side, the ability of the institutions to respond in a swift manner to those legitimate questions. And I dare to say we have a problem of environment, because the public is digital, while our institutions, I dare to say, are industrial. They were being set and formed and shaped in a post-industrial or industrial environment, and they have problems keeping up with what is happening nowadays. I was mentioning society. I would like to talk about technology. And technology itself can be described in many different ways. Technology can be a tool. Technology can be a layer between the human biology and the natural world. But increasingly, technology, when talking about IT&C and what happened in the last 30 years, is a medium of interaction. And Metaverse itself is a medium of interaction. But at this moment, I would like to put forward this very powerful visual, which was coined and created by Andrei Miroshnichenko. And I dare to say that this is a brilliant book. You should really read this book if you are interested in this kind of aspects. So what happened is that in the last 30 years, the internet made possible to have a new medium of interaction. And if in the last couple of thousands of years, we had almost 300 million authors as order of magnitude, for the time being, we are having almost 5 billion authors. And being an author and creating and disseminating information is of paramount importance, because information is not an easy thing. Once you process information, you create instructions for behavior. If you consume different information, you will form different behavior, and you will have different decisions. And I think this captures very well what is happening and what happened in the last 30 years with the internet. This is a definition, a very personal definition of the metaverse. It's not technical, but I dare to say that metaverse is a huge thing, and it will create a big ripple effect in our society, because it has this massive potential to upgrade and enhance the information flows and flux within our society. And because our society is a complex adaptive system, each and every time a new technology comes to our town and is being used, it enhances and upgrades all the fluxes of interaction and information in our society. Let me put it very bluntly, 2004 plus technology doesn't equal 2024. So a world with technology is a different world, and that will happen with the metaverse in the coming decades. This is our take. And finally, I would like to put forward this report. You have the QR code. There is the link there. So this is a report an expert report has been commissioned by the Council of Europe to IEEE, Institute for Electric and Electronic Engineers. We wanted to have an expert opinion about metaverse, about what is happening with these new technologies. And I just want to read out loud the first phrase. Currently, there is a lack of consensus about definitions and the polarization of stakeholder opinions. And yeah, we are lacking this social construct, shared social reality about this new technology. And this is my final my final slide, I would like to say that this new technology, the Metaverse, it enables the separation of the human physical presence or human cognitive presence from the physical presence. And this is very powerful because it is generating the most intense subjective experience. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you.
I will now continue,
Yep.
and I will be the one to ask you, Josh,
Sure.
because you are very much into privacy. I dare to say that privacy is your middle name. And could you share about the work you are doing on privacy? We would like to hear it from you.
Sure, of course, certainly. So, hi everyone. Again, my name is Josh. I'm the Managing Director for the Asia Pacific Office of the Future of Privacy Forum, which is why Andy very nicely just described privacy as our middle name, our organization's middle name. But just to, again, set the context, right? I know in the past few presentations, we've been seeing all these technological presentations, right? We've seen all these cool AR and VR effects on the screen earlier. This is a more serious conversation, but it is an equally, if not more, important one. And I think you will see the reason for this by the time we come to the end of this session. You may be wondering, what is the Future of Privacy Forum? So FPF is a global non-profit organization that's focused on building principled and pragmatic data protection practices around the world in support of emerging technologies. I lead the Asia Pacific office from here in Singapore. The last few years, we've all been talking about the Metaverse, right? Which is this conception of a virtual space with immersive and interactive digital experiences as well as spaces. We've been talking about the benefits, the use cases. We've been talking about the potential policy challenges, the privacy challenges, as well as regulatory solutions. But in order to properly understand the regulatory paradigm of the Metaverse, we need to first understand what are the key technologies and key data types under it or within powering those experiences, and then to see how, this is a layer, right, that's often divorced from regulatory thinking. So my presentation in the next few minutes will cover key technologies, key data types, as well as some of the potential technical and policy solutions to this space. So when we talk about, I know some of us, actually many of us probably in this room are technologists, so forgive me if this sounds a bit rudimentary. Whenever a human being needs to interact with a computer device, there's two kinds of devices needed. You need an output device to transmit computer-generated information to an individual, and you need an input device that translates a user's decisions, thoughts, choices into commands that a computer can understand. And this is the same whether it is for the current computers that we have or to power metaverse experience or any sort of digital experience that lies on the virtuality continuum. So this virtuality continuum comprises of three parts. There is virtual reality, which, as we all know, basically has a virtual equivalent aimed at replacing the physical equivalent of reality. And for output devices, you have headsets with stereoscopic displays. You have, of course, spatial audio, and you also have haptic devices to simulate real-life experiences. You also have input devices, so again, headsets with head tracking, sensors, microphones, audio, all to collect this information and to understand, device movement and device location. Then we move on to augmented reality. So for augmented reality, one example is Pokemon Go, right? The difference between VR and AR is that AR is able to use software to understand and contextualize the information around the world and then to overlay digital elements onto the physical world that it understands. And in order to do that, you need extra sensors, gyroscopes, accelerometers. You need software such as concurrent odometry and mapping and simultaneous localization and mapping for the device to know where it is around the world and where it rests within that world. Then we move on to mixed reality. Mixed reality, as the name suggests, lies in between VR and AR, but has more in common with AR. The difference between MR and AR is that it offers, beyond just contextual information, a more immersive and interactive experience. And in order to do that, you would also need device tracking, spatial mapping, you will need scene understanding, and object recognition as well. So all of these realities come together under this umbrella term called extended reality. And a side note is that advances in these XR technologies will need to occur alongside adjacent technologies like AI, which you saw earlier, lots of generative AI on the screen, 5G, computer vision, spatial computing, and so on. So now let's look at some of the key data types, and I'll go through this rather quickly. You need you collect sensor data from the cameras that are pointing inwards and the cameras that are pointing outwards. You also have data that's collected from the gyroscopes and the accelerometers, and you have data collected, audio data, collected from the microphones as well, acoustic data and voice commands issued by a user. You also collect location data, approximate location data based on the IP address, and specific geolocation data based on the cameras that can detect where you are, as well as services such as Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. Third, you have log files that include information about hardware and software, and IP addresses, device identifiers. And finally, usage and technical information. So the apps that you downloaded, how much time you spent on those apps, who are the users, other users that you interacted with, lots of data. And this takes me to some of the risks, right? The first risk is that there's the collection of large amounts of data, a lot of which is personal data. So studies have shown that just 20 minutes of VR use can collect 2 million data points, up to 2 million data points, and unique identifiers about a person. And VR headsets can track head movements upwards of 90 times a second. And that fidelity is just going to increase with technological advancements. So a lot of this data that you're collecting is personal data, a lot of which can be sensitive personal data. Particularly sensitive is your gaze analysis and gait analysis. So gaze analysis, why is it sensitive? Your eyes, it's termed as a holy grail for marketers because it serves as a subconscious like button for anything that you see. And gait analysis as well, how your body parts move in relation to each other. That's, it's a unique biological fingerprint that we all have. The issue here is that current generations of data protection and privacy laws were enacted without these specific data types in mind. So that's a regulatory concern. The second issue is the bystander effect. So what's this bystander effect? You have a technology that is synchronous, live, and persistent. So bystanders are going to be caught up in the privacy and ethical challenges of the technology. Imagine if I were wearing an XR headset right now. All of you as bystanders, your privacy would be caught up with that device. Now, the third issue, I'll skip the third one here because that goes into trust and safety. My middle name is privacy, not content moderation. But I'll turn to the legal policy side. It's challenging to operationalize data protection laws in this environment. Because today, even just today, the whole realm of data protection laws across the world is not a coherent one. And imagine having to operationalize that in an environment that's supposed to be seamless, persistent. It's going to be challenging. But another challenge exists, which is the challenge of choosing which laws to apply. Imagine I'm here again, sitting in my living room, having an XR device on in Singapore. I'm experiencing a virtual experience in Romania, which I hear is a beautiful place.
Indeed.
And then I face, let's say, a privacy challenge or an online harm. The question is, which jurisdiction's law should I apply? Should I apply Singapore's law? Should I apply Romanian law? Or should I apply the law of the device that was created or of the application where the application developer resided in? It's not sure. Sure, we have conflicts of laws principles that can deal with these issues on a case-by-case basis. But how do you operationalize that in a seamless virtual environment with many users facing such challenges? That's something we need to think about. Now, I'll come on to my final slide. That's not to say that it's a gloom and doom world, there's no solutions at all. There are some potential solutions that companies can adopt. Companies do have some agency. So on the technical side, you can have mitigations for always-on technology. So for example, on-off switches. You can also have local device data processing, as well as having visual and audio cues to indicate data recording and data transmission. But you need to go further. You may need, for example, to disable object recognition in places that are sensitive or intimate, places like places of worship, hospitals, and the courts. You need to disable object recognition. You may need end-to-end data encryption, and you may also need the blurring of bystanders, kind of like what you see on Google Maps today when you see a human but the face is blurred, or a car plate number but the car plate number is blurred out. You may need that. But at the same time, from a policy perspective, companies can look at putting policies in place to foster consumer understanding and trust. Clear policies around the collection, use, and transfer of personal data. Clear policies on how to respond to law enforcement requests, as well as clear policies to restrict third-party access to sensitive XR data types. So these are some of the things that companies can do today, as well as having feedback channels to collect feedback and complaints from users as well as experts. Now I'll turn to my final, the final point that I want to say. The vision of the metaverse is still going to be years and if not decades away. But the fact of the matter is that XR experiences are already here amongst us. You just need to open any app on your phone and probably something XR related is there. But in this current stage where the hype cycle has moved on to somewhere else, this in fact is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for policymakers, for lawmakers, industry, civil society, academia to come together to discuss some of these thorny policy and ethical challenges, so that when we actually get to the vision of the real metaverse that we've all been thinking about, that will not be a Wild West, but instead a place where innovation can flourish. So that's the end of my presentation. I hope that's interesting for everyone. So, Andy, I wanted to turn back to you. There's a question that I wanted to ask, right? So the report that you shared earlier sounds fascinating, and maybe I'll turn back to the QR code so everyone can scan it again. But what do you think is the largest takeaway from the report that audiences in the Asia Pacific should best take note of?
Well, I dare to say that everybody, not only Asia Pacific, all the people in this world should understand that Metaverse is here to stay. I'm not the first one to say that, and you heard it before, but for real, I believe is the dial-up moment of the internet. This is the most plastic way to put it. So it will create consequences, effects, and there is this interplay between our physical reality and the so-called social reality. In other words, in the social reality, Metaverse is a powerful tool for creating social reality. So in a social reality, it doesn't have to be real. It doesn't have to be right, to be ethical. Once again, it doesn't have to be real to create real consequences in the real world. Yeah. And if I were to end with a soundbite, I very much like this quote. Doesn't belong to me, but it goes like this. The technology is the art of never having to experience the reality.
Technology is the art of never having to experience reality.
Yeah. May I ask you
Sure.
maybe one final question, because the time is working against us.
Yeah.
What worries you the most when it comes to these new technologies? We are referring to the metaverse, to the immersive realities technology. So is there something which worries you the most about these pieces of new technology?
That's a great question. I mentioned 3 challenges earlier, right? I mentioned bystander impacts. I mentioned the collection of lots of data, personal data, including sensitive data types. And the final one, which was, I grouped it under legal and legal policy questions. Well, maybe it's because I'm a lawyer by training. But I frankly think that the most challenging issue and most pressing to discuss now is the final challenge. The question of how to operationalize data protection laws in what is supposed to be a seamless environment. Why? There are a few other factors to consider. Even today, there are capacity limitations and enforcement limitations by data protection regulators around the world. And that's talking about Web 2.0, the current stage of the internet that we're in. But in a world where that's taken up another notch, a further exponential increase in terms of these interactions and potential privacy harms, I don't know whether regulators around the world, I'm not just saying any one particular regulator, I'm saying all regulators around the world, whether they have the enforcement capacity, they have the willingness to cooperate and collaborate together to share information to address some of these privacy and data protection challenges. I think that's a huge question mark to ask. It would be great if they have an answer, but I'm not sure they have the answer right now. So that would be my answer to you. I think being able to work out how to operationalize that while keeping this experience of a seamless virtual environment, I think is going to be a huge challenge that we need to start discussing now.
So it seems like it will be a long and rather tedious process of trial and error, like the evolution itself.
Yes, absolutely. And I think it's going to take bodies such as the parliamentary committee within the Council of Europe that you sit on, the committees that you have, interacting with other stakeholders, whether it is from industry, from technologists around the room, experts, civil society, academia, to foster that kind of conversations that we need. So I think on that note, happy to have those further conversations, starting with lunch, which thankfully is not virtual, but real. So thank you very much for your time.
It was a privilege.
It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to Josh and Andy. So, and all of our morning speakers for your insights and the exciting updates from other organizations. So we will break for lunch and we'll start again at 1:55 with more exciting sessions in the gaming, enterprise, and retail content tracks. Here on the main stage, the expo hall will be open during lunch as well. So feel free to eat, rest, explore, and join us again for sessions at 1:55. Enjoy your break. Thank you.
always on the edge. We fight and make love at the same time. Would you break up just because I told you what I did last night? I recall the times you said you're sorry. I'm still not sure if you told lies. But I don't care, it's all forgotten now. We're holy when we touch anyhow. Holy when we touch anyhow. Give me a chance to make it right. Just let me touch you the first time. We don't need answers to survive. Just let us keep on with the black lights. With the black lights. Hanging up to see if you would call me. I miss you more when you seem too far away. And you can blame it all on me as long as we can find our way. Do you remember all the times we tried to stop this? Yeah, we end up the same every time. Cause when our bodies meet, there's nothing left to fight about. We're holy when we touch anyhow. Give me a chance to make It's unavoidable, yeah. But as long as I feel that you see me, I will pay no mind at all. So give me a chance to make it right. Just let me touch you like the first time. We don't need answers to survive. Just let us keep on with the black guys. Give me a chance to make it right. Just let me touch you like the first time. We don't need answers to survive. Just let us keep up with the black guys.
check. Hey, check. 1, 2, 3.
Check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check.
a true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse. A true enterprise partner ready to support your needs and scale your solution into the metaverse.
Hey everyone, welcome to the afternoon programming here on the main stage for AWE Asia 2024. So I hope you all had the chance to get some lunch, enjoy some of the amazing food here in Singapore, also go through the expo hall, see some of the exciting innovations and technology here in the space, and of course, get some coffee and tea to keep the energy going throughout the rest of day one. So I'll be your host here for the rest of the afternoon. My name is Nate Harper. I am the Global Business Development Director at AWE. And to help set the agenda for the rest of the afternoon, we'll be starting in just a second with a talk focused on gaming, entertainment, and media. Following, we'll have 2 sessions on enterprise and more industrial-focused use cases. Then we'll have about a 15-minute coffee break at 3:20 so that you all can refuel. Come back, join one more session focused on industrial use cases once again. And then we'll wrap up the day with 2 sessions on retail, e-commerce, and entertainment. So we'll end around 5 p.m., but with all that housekeeping done, it is my pleasure to introduce some of our first speakers. So the first session this afternoon will be exploring XR initiatives and products at Tokyo Dome City, an introduction with prototype exhibitions. So presenting this is Mr. Sho Akaji, who is the Manager of New Business Development at Tokyo Dome Corporation. Sho brings 17 years of experience in the Japanese entertainment industry to bear, and he is currently advances new initiatives in XR and beyond at Tokyo Dome City, widely recognized as Japan's largest entertainment center in Tokyo. Joining Sho is Mr. Junji Shirashi, a strategic partnership development manager at Niantic. Junji has 19 years of experience in augmented reality and GIS software industries, including more than 5 years at Niantic, where he currently leads brand and developer relations for Japan and the APAC region. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Sho and Junji.
Hello everyone, I am Sho Akagi from Tokyo Dome Corporation. It is a great honor to speak here at AW Asia today. I am here today to talk about Tokyo Dome City, a comprehensive sports and entertainment complex located in Tokyo, Japan, and its future vision. In particular, I would like to discuss how we plan to transform Tokyo Dome City by leveraging XR technology. First, let me briefly introduce Tokyo Dome City. Tokyo Dome City is located in the heart of Tokyo. It is close to various major tourist destinations in Tokyo, such as Shibuya, Tokyo Station, Haneda Airport, Akihabara, making it highly accessible. As a result, our city attracts 40 million visitors annually. Considering that Japan's population is approximately 100 million, you can understand the number has significance. Tokyo Dome City offers a variety of facilities. It includes Tokyo Dome, a multi-purpose stadium, a large urban amusement park, a resort hotel, conference halls, music halls, and the spa resort, among others. Tokyo Dome, in particular, is a massive entertainment facility that showcases professional baseball league games and concerts by top artists from all over the world, such as Taylor Swift and Red Hot Chili Peppers. Currently, Tokyo Dome is a destination for athletes and fans and artists. As a result, the working rate of Tokyo Dome Stadium has been close to 100% for many years. We are the ones handling these real experiences. In addition, we try to go beyond our legacy and achievements. We aim to evolve Tokyo Dome City into the next generation entertainment park, the XR theme park. In the future, Tokyo Dome City will use cutting-edge technologies such as virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality to provide new experiences to all visitors. By leveraging XR technology, theme parks and services like ours that utilize real assets can offer both real and digital experiences. As a result, we believe we can double the quality and variety of the experiences we provide. We believe in our future vision, are committed to creating XR products that harmonize with our history. For businesses like ours that operate leisure facilities, XR technology offers numerous advantages. For example, compared to constructing physical attractions, XR allows us to lower costs, build more quickly, and face fewer constraints. Additionally, it makes it easy to update and modify the content of the experiences. We can also make use of underutilized spaces. For instance, a space that's usually used as a public area can be transformed into an attraction using XR technology on event days. This enables us to create attractions that are cost-effective, flexible, and adaptable in a quick turnaround. Moreover, as we move into the age of AI, it's crucial to enhance the value of things that cannot be replaced by AI. Real estate and physical spaces are valuable assets that AI simply cannot replicate. I believe XR technology is incredibly effective in maximizing the value of irreplaceable assets. While fully virtual environments might face the risk of being endlessly reproduced by AI, our goal is to offer services that AI cannot replace. That's why I see great value in using XR technology to create new experiences that merge the physical and digital worlds. Tokyo Dome is already taking action to realize our vision. Even at this stage, we are incorporating XR technology into the experiences available at Tokyo Dome City. One example is an attraction in our space-themed facility. Using XR technology, we are building an attraction where visitors can experience space travel. This is an XR shooting game, and it's beyond words. Please come to our exhibition booth to play the demo, and don't miss out on this opportunity. This is what I can introduce to you for now, as we have more in store. However, I apologize that we cannot disclose that information yet. Nevertheless, Tokyo Dome will continue to take actions towards realizing the XR park. And we are building an international community of partners to help create XR technology-based entertainment experiences I have described so far. This is what the Enthros Hackathon event is all about. Enthros is a hackathon event focused on entertainment and innovation. It is centered around providing new XR-based entertainment experiences to our visitors at Tokyo Dome City. We created these products within 2 weeks. This event, held in July this year, attracted more than 200 engineers. The demo day recorded over 2,000 attendees and viewers in total. One of the most challenging and exciting aspects was our collaboration with Tsuburaya Productions. Tsuburaya Production is known for the Ultraman series. For this Enthros Hackathon, they provided 3D data of their IP, including Ultraman and the various monsters. The engineers who participated in the hackathon were able to fully use these data to create innovative XR content. The person who came up with the idea of collaborating with this IP for the hackathon is Junji from Niantic Incorporated. From here, I would like to share more details about the behind the scenes of this collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Junji. I'm a senior manager in a partnership at the Niantic, and I'm based in Tokyo. So sure, describe the overview of the Tokyo Dome City. And it's now my turn to talk about the Enthros Hackathon. But before jumping on the topic, I just want you to know that Niantic is always with community for AR, any type of the AR activities, by supporting the community and learning from the community, also growing with the community. I think this is a mind coming from our game titles, such as Pokemon Go, Ingress, and the Pikmin Blooms. That's supported by many community in many regions in the globally. So we have done various community events with our AR tools, and most of them are more online events. So now with Tokyo Dome City. So I had an opportunity to meet with Tokyo Dome City folks about a year ago, and as Shore described it, they are highly interested in the XR technology as a means to add digital value to their great physical area. And myself, I was looking for a venue and a partner where we can promote more location-based AR, and it's with community. So it was very natural. Then we ended up thinking about the great XR Hackathon event at Tokyo Dome City. So let me share what we did and how we did it and how was it. So the first of all, Shaw didn't mention where the Enthros title came from. So EN, of course, is the first letter of the entertainment. Also, EN, we pronounce in Japanese en, means relationships, connections, and even fate. So anchors to me is where people and the technology come together to create entertainment, the place like a Tokyo Dome City. So the event was a 2-week-long event, and starting from June 1st, and it was meant to be open to anyone who believes in the XR and its future. So it was open for developers, creators, designers, even the business producers, anyone, whether or not they have experience with XR technology in the past. So there were also awards and prizes, thanks to lots of the sponsors who supported this event. And these are the photos from the event. I hope you get the sense how it looks like. On the left side of the screen, right, you can see the picture from the first day of the hackathon during the onboarding and the team building session. So despite being a weekday morning, we had over 100 participants. And on the right side, this is a movie pitching day, where hackathon participants presented their project to the judges and the audience. And in the center, you find the picture of the teams that won awards at the hackathon, as well together with talk session guests and the organizers and the sponsors. So I'm going to share the number and the metrics in more detail later, but it was one of the largest hackathon events ever in Japan. Then I focused just on the XR. So how we did it. So when in the very early phase of the planning, when considering what kind of the event we wanted to host and what kind of event people would be excited, we have established these following elements as key priority. And let me explain some of them briefly. So the number one, the first and the most important one is theme. So it was very simple from the beginning. The theme was XR and entertainment at Tokyo Dome City. So we try to actively seek the participants who aligned with and understood the theme. And the recognition, the awards and the prize can be a good motivation for all participants. By getting the supporters and the sponsors for this event, we prepare very generous prizes. Actually, the ticket to this AWE Asia is part of the prizes too, because we thought that is important to connect the community in Japan and the community in Asia. However, we believe awards and the prizes are just part of the motivation for many people. Many people actually join the hackathon because they want to learn something new, challenge creative ideas, and share their accomplishments to others in the community. So we also prepare the stage after the hackathon period where selected team can pitch what they make in front of the many judges and the audience, and how they can transform the Tokyo Dome City in the presentation. And I'm gonna skip the next two elements, resource and the communication, because that's very basic and fundamental in any type of the XR or IT hackathon event. But instead, let me focus on the tools and the content. This is what I want to emphasize today. So when you experienced developer like you already have your own tools. But in the meantime, we wanted to make sure that everyone, even those new to the XR, have easy access to necessary tools for the XR development. So this was where Niantic was able to contribute. We have various AR tools for the developers and the creators, either on Unity on the web. So let me explain a little bit more. So at the Niantic, we have, again, like many different types of the tool, and we provided our tools during the event. ARDK, Lightship ARDK for Unity developers, AceWall for the web developers, and the Scanibus, which is one of the big topics today in the morning session, who want to make 3D scans and use in their XR creatives. And also BPS, Visual Positioning System, for both ARDK and the AceWall developers. We made about 20 BPS spots within the Tokyo Dome City. So the AR developer can use it for localization and anchor their digital content to precisely if they wanted. So one important note here, so this event meant to be open, so using Niantic tools is optional, it's not a must. But still, and fortunately for us, more than half of the participants use either ARDK or expo. However, we saw it was not good enough. What we were missing was more about the content that a developer can use immediately during the hackathon. So it is about the Ultraman. This was most unique point of this event. I went to visit Tsuburaya Production, who is Japanese film and television production company and best known for creating Ultraman series. And one of the most iconic and long-running, and one of Japan's most beloved franchises. So I believe there was not many precedent for IP holders being involved with this kind of hackathon community event, but they understood the purpose of the event and our passion, and they agreed to collaborate with us by letting us use their rich 3D data. So with the 3D data, the developers 3D data of the Ultraman and the Kaiju, and the developer and the creator do not have to worry about preparing 3D character or 3D model by themselves. In addition, they could leverage the story of Ultraman in their creatives. So simply, I think if you can use the famous character in the hackathon, it is super exciting, isn't it? So tools, content, resources, and the support are ready. Also, venue is center of the Tokyo, and there were hours and the prizes. So now the event was fully ready. So how was it? Just for the hackathon, there were over 250 participants and they formed 93 teams. Among them, 80% of the teams successfully finished their creatives, building their creatives just within 2 weeks. It was way more than we expected, and we needed to conduct the first round of the screening with a team composed of multiple judges. Then 24 teams were selected to present on the pitch day, where 2,000 people gathered to watch and enjoy. So as far as I know, again, this is one of the largest XR hackathon, as long as I know, at least in Japan, in terms of the number of the developers, number of the entries, and the number of the teams involved. So as a part of the organizer team, we had many positive feedback, also like a very honest feedback that we can use to improve the next event, hopefully next year. And the best award went to the super creative team. They were here, and who used AR glass and the NFC tag technology together, and that can transform anyone to be an Ultraman team, the team Ultraman to find kaiju within the Tokyo Dome City. I'm not going to talk much about the detail about this creative because they are here and they are going to have a session on the sub stage tomorrow. So if you have a chance, I highly recommend them to be there to listen to their stories. But instead, let me finish my part with another 1-minute movie, which is one of the outputs from this NCROSS hackathon as well, also which is one of my favorite entries. The demo was created by a team named Designium, and they were combined AR, location AR and AI technology together, and for the wide areas such as Tokyo Dome City. So let's take a watch.
Hello, I'm your personal agent. I'm here to help you enjoy Tokyo Dome City. If there's somewhere you want to go, I'll take you there. Or tell me your interests and I'll suggest some recommended spots. Well, what about the Baseball Hall of Fame? Now let's show you the instructions.
Can you show me the ticket price?
Of course. The admission fees for the Baseball Hall of Fame Museum are 600 yen for adults. If you're visiting in a group, it's 500 yen per person.
Okay, so it's very, this is the very first part of their demos, and they also have gamified experience in the half of the movie. Then I encourage people move around within the Tokyo Dome City. So if any of you are wondering how to integrate AR and the AI technology together, or if you are looking for location-based AR with IP character, this is an excellent example. But without the hackathon, the idea would be just an idea. So the team had an opportunity through this event to implement and demonstrate it in the actual location. So hackathon provides a chance to bring the creative concept to life and showcase them to others, inspire the entire XR community. So I hope similar events will be happening here in Singapore or in any other country and the regions in Asia. I also do hope you will join us to the next NCROSS hackathon we're planning to have next year too. And with this, let me hand over the mic back to Sho Akagi and welcome him back to the stage again.
NCROSS will continue to host hackathons leveraging Japanese IP in the future. Following our collaboration with several productions, we aim to work with other prominent IP holders to drive further innovation. This will enable participants to develop advanced products with even greater passion and dedication. We strongly encourage everyone to participate in the NCROSS hackathon that we will be hosting next year. If anyone here is interested in joining NCROSS, please feel free to touch out to us. As time is running short, I would like to conclude with a final comment. Today, we shared our vision for the future of Tokyo Dome City. If you resonate with our vision, we would love to collaborate with you in business. We are committed to creating numerous pioneering examples of collaboration between XR technology and real assets. Our goal is to make a significant impact and contribute to the widespread adoption of XR technology. XR technology has the potential to greatly transform the future of entertainment. We are dedicated to creating new experiences from Japan by integrating content with XR technology. We would love to exchange ideas with various businesses that believe in the potential of XR technology. Please feel free to visit our booth. At our booth, you can experience the product developed by Team UD, the winners of NCROSS Hackathon. Additionally, Team UD will pitch tomorrow at 12:05 p.m. In stage 1. We highly encourage you to attend and listen to their presentation. Our pitch ends here. Thank you very much.
Sho and Junji, thanks for the amazing talk. For those of you who haven't been to Tokyo Dome City, I personally had the chance to go last year, and not only was it incredible, but it's really awesome to hear the commitment to the industry and also their collaboration with Niantic. So thank you again for that talk. Now we're going to pivot to more of an industrial and enterprise focus as we hear from the talk why smart contact lenses can break the space frontier, presented by Mr. Roman Axelrod, co-founder, managing partner at Expansio, and Dr. Valentin Volkov, co-founder and scientific partner at Expansio. So as you'd imagine, astronauts face a ton of challenges, but surprisingly, one of them is focused around using tablets for mission instructions in space. So we'll hear more about how smart contact lenses provide a practical solution, offering seamless access to mission-critical information and aiding in space exploration. So without further ado, please help me to welcome Roman and Valentin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wow.
so many friendly faces. Okay, let's begin. My name is Roman Axelrod. I happen to be a tech entrepreneur, a serial founder of tech companies, and so far I have 3 exits under the belt. For the last 3 years, I've been on a new, very exciting path to the largest goal possible, to develop the next generation of computers. To make this vision a reality, we, together with my co-founder, Valentin, we have founded a company called Expansio. By now, there are about 50 of us. We are based in our emerging technology research center in Dubai. We have developed a set of prototypes of smart contact lenses bearing digital functionality. So things we're talking about today is not a concept, is not a slide. We do have working prototypes, and you all are very welcome to join us at our booth to check them out. We have been incredibly lucky to be ranked among it indicates top 5, but actually it's already top 3 research institutions in the UAE among all types of science, and we appear to be a top 5 optics labs worldwide. This all allowed us to raise a very substantial amount of money. So far, we have raised $40 million as a seed round. But how did it happen? That's me, 4 years old probably. Like many children, I dreamed of becoming an astronaut. I spent long hours gazing at the stars and building makeshift rockets out of cardboard boxes. Well, however, as life often goes, life took me a different path. I became an entrepreneur, a tech entrepreneur, but still I do hope to contribute to one of the largest goals possible humanity has set itself for the century in a different way. Humanity seriously plans to become an interplanetary species. We are aiming at colonizing distant planets within 15 years. And it's not, when I say plan, I don't mean some crazy people bragging about it. The nearest programs, they aim to send people on the moon by 2026. And Elon Musk even promises to deliver people on Mars before the end of this decade. And 2030s, they will inevitably bring even more incredible destinations. But look, for real, are we ready to become interplanetary species? Types of fuel, advancements in spacecraft, robots exploring asteroids, certainly pushing us closer to this goal. But still, we're not. We're not because of technological limitations. This is an actual photo from a space station. Today, astronauts still rely on computers, tablets, and, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, many wires, like many wires. For successful space travel, for colonization of new planets, for sending people en masse, we need a next generation of computing. We did our homework. We interviewed a bunch of astronauts. We did a very substantial customer development. And they explained us that during spacewalks, astronauts still receive information verbally. Can you imagine that? Like turn left, turn right. And within the spacecraft, as they perform any kinds of tasks, they need to preserve checklists and instructions. They have those checklists and instructions on tablets. And since they have to operate with their hands, they often tend to control those tablets with their noses. Can you imagine that? It's insane, it's wacko. Apart from that, there are many health challenges that have to be resolved with computers. I'm talking about microgravity, radiation, muscle atrophy. All those have to be addressed. And, well, in the end of the day, it would be great not to go mad. Imagine 8 years on a spacecraft, almost alone. We have to have a very reliable computer that will surround people, that will assist people during the flight to help maintain their mental health, their physical form, and to get the tasks done. So, of course, spacecraft will continue to improve. New methods to combat microgravity will emerge. However, as long as we do have this generation of computing, laptop, tablets, etc., 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 space travel will not become truly accessible to the masses, and we're talking about masses here. We cannot become interplanetary species if we are limited by old gadgets. Me personally, I need at least 5 computers just to survive a day. Laptop, tablet, smartwatches, smartphone, PS5, probably Steam Deck. One person, one day, crazy. And we at Expansio, we truly believe that the next generation of computing, the best interface you can imagine is a smart contact lens. Imagine a computer that is absolutely, well, as we say, best device is no device. Basically, no device, but still, it will allow you to communicate effortlessly, to send all the information and data and money and anything you can imagine. It will allow you, just imagine the ability to have an infinite screen, to put WhatsApp here, YouTube here, I don't know, anything else you'd like to use, and to walk instantly throughout those, to use all your information, all your data, all your apps and software simultaneously in one infinite screen. Imagine a gadget that will allow you to control heart rate, cortisol, IOP level, other important health things. Imagine a gadget that will literally surround you by a very relevant information, relevant information of whether you're feeling down, whether you need to exercise, that will just tell you where to do your tasks and how to perform them. But as I tell this, you might be thinking, great, well, guys, Roman, thank you for summarizing Star Trek, basically. But, well, let's leave Elon Musk department and go back to Earth. And what about something more realistic? The truth is that most of the technologies needed for this are already here. As we say, doing deep tech today is like doing internet in late 80s. It's already here. We just need smart and ambitious people to develop it. And I was incredibly lucky 3 years ago to persuade one of the world's most well-known scientists in nanophotonics and advanced materials, Mr. Valentin Volkov, who currently is my co-founder, my friend, and CTO of the company. And I would like to, basically my job is to properly introduce Valentin. And I would like to welcome you on stage so he would tell you more about how exactly we developed this gadget. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman, very much for kind introduction. My name Valentin. Indeed, I am, well, by the first profession, I'm academician. I spent like, I don't know, more than 20 years in different universities and research centers all around the Europe, specializing in advanced optical materials, optical sciences, photonics, optics, and so on. So today, indeed, I'm going to show you some prototypes. I'm not going to jump into the deep technical details, so we will kind of, I will try to deliver the basic idea and to show that indeed many of the things that we can see in science fictions, sci-fi movies are already reachable and available, at least in the labs. Yes, contact lens and how these can be actually related to the space exploring. In fact, wearing contact lens in space and not a science fiction. Actually, according to statistics, almost like 80% of astronauts use contact lens on everyday basis. There is an explanation for that. Roman mentioned those harsh environment conditions in space, like, of course, first of all, it's microgravity, so being away from big sterile objects like our Earth actually influence significantly our bodies, especially our liquids inside head, inside eyes, and it's all actually influence significantly interocular pressure. So actually the astronauts these days are obligatory supposed to use, at least to sleep, with scleral contact lens. So scleral contact lens, it's a rigid ones, you know, they're actually placed on sclera, so it's a wide area of the eye. And it's a bit different from most popular soft ones that we use on Earth. Actually, at Spencer, we are working with both, with soft contact lens, with rigid scleral contact lens, and the technology that we develop actually are easily applicable to both cases. Yeah. So what gives us this belief that we can actually solve the problem of creating this smart contact lens? And our specialization in novel materials and advanced optics and photonics, that's the answer to this question. So today I will actually briefly discuss how those scientific advances can be used for creating practical space application cases, user cases. So let's start with neural interfaces. It's a very hot topic now. So in principle, brain-computer interface allow you to control device with the power of your thought. Basically, it's kind of like a modern variation of telepathy to some extent. So it's not, again, science fiction. As you know, several companies, the most famous one, Neuralink, they already demonstrated that in principle, it's doable. People suffering from paralysis can actually control computers just with signals from the brain. So what about smart contact lens? Can you do something like that by using contact lens? You know, they say that the eye is the mirror of the soul. It's maybe because retina from the ontogenetic point of view, it's a part of the brain itself. So it seems like the usage of eye is the most direct way of actually doing interfacing. So what we actually trying to do here, we put neural interfaces directly onto the lens. So it's everything what you need to control outstanding devices is actually integrated into contact lens. I would say from this point of view, contact lens is probably one of the most natural way to connect the brain to the machines. So actually, of course, you can directly try to do a neural interfacing through the eye, but actually it's even easier to do it into like intermediate way. So we try to decode the signals from the muscle through the eye. And then we use this as a way to manipulate or control the action of our contact lenses, our smart contact lenses. So what we actually present here, we present a hands-free novel approach of using your tongue. So we are trying to decode the movements of the tongue and to use it to manipulate with the contact lens. And by manipulating contact lens, you can, of course, manipulate surrounding devices around you. So we actually managed to show that this approach can really work. I mean, can be seen. So we use like 5 healthy volunteers for experiments and showed that this approach is visible. All the movements of the tongue, like up, down, left, right, down, were clearly visible for high and low frequencies. Actually, we achieved like 85 accuracy in detecting tongue movements up, down, left, right. And I truly believe that in the future, actually, astronauts will use a tongue exactly in the same way as we use now fingers for controlling smart devices. Why not, actually? Another example, it's biosensing. So the contact lens is a perfect platform for integrating biosensors. So these days we actually use, of course, lots of wearables like those fitness trackers and many others. So they are all placed in our hands, which is actually not the best position for the sensor in terms of achieving the maximum sensitivity. So the lens, from this point of view, actually offers a unique possibility to achieve a superior sensitivity. We developed a bunch of prototypes in our lab. Some of them, they're still presented in the form of lab prototypes. Others, they already exist in the form factor of contact lens. So let me first talk a bit about biosensors, biochemical biosensors. So our approach is to use two-dimensional materials which allow to achieve ultra-sensitive sensors for glucose, single molecular detections, viruses detections, and many other possible applications. Two-dimensional materials already a well-known area. There are some issues which should be addressed if you would like to use them for optochemical sensors. First of all, you have to deal with the low efficiency of two-dimensional materials in terms of interaction of those materials with light. So what we did, we actually managed to combine two-dimensional materials with a smart Fabry-Perot resonator based on standard silicon dioxide substrates, which allowed us to significantly increase a phase sensitivity. Basically, we managed to create a very sensitive biosensor, which actually absolutely superior in terms, in comparison with those sensors that now available on the market. So it's actually the most superior and the most sensitive biochemical sensors available right now in the lab. So it's robust, it's scalable, it's very cheap and easy to use and very stable. These kind of sensors can be used to detect viruses, can be detect glucose level, monitor glucose level, cortisol level, many other biochemical applications. Another solution that we offer is optomechanical interocular pressure sensors. As Roman mentioned, interocular pressure is one of the serious and most problematic parameters for spacemen. So microgravitation actually destructively influence our ability to see, especially in a long time period. So what we actually offer, interesting and very sensitive optomechanical system, which can be easily integrated into scleral lens and allow you to monitor your interocular pressure on the real-time and everyday basis. So we actually showed that our solution is characterized by absolutely superior sensitivity, and it's like 50% more effective than standard solutions available now on the market. So, and of course, this is not the only solution that we offer for biochemical solutions. In fact, our contact lens, it's a unique approach. Actually, it's like universal platform. It's like your own biochemical lab on lens, which you always with you and always monitor the parameters of your body. And then, of course, last but not least, I would like to say a few words about augmented reality features, which are available with contact lens, smart contact lens. So that's a typical arrangement how our eye works. So we are very good in looking at the objects which are far away from us. So the light comes from the object going through the cornea and the eye lens, and then it's produce an image at our retina. So what happens if we start to move the object? Actually, the eye starts to adapt. The problem starts once your object is very close to your eye. So at a certain moment, your eye lens is out of the adaptation ability, and you're actually not able to see. So that's the problem. If you would like to integrate the light source, let's say, or micro display directly inside the contact lens, in principle, it will be difficult to see. Well, under the usual conditions, you will not be able to see the augmented reality feature at all. So there are several possibilities how you can deal with that problem. We're actually developing both of them. It's an integrated microprojection and the holographical microprojections. Each of them, they have their advantages and disadvantages, and we are developing both of those approaches in our lab. So the idea of microprojector, you would actually need smart collimator systems, which will allow the light from your micro display to be collimated and then actually produce augmented reality image at your retina. So the problem is that with the use of traditional approach, you can actually achieve it because traditional optical systems, they're too bulky, they're diffraction limited. So what we actually use advanced optical materials, which actually allow us to shrink significantly to hundreds of microns dimensions of our microprojector system, which actually works pretty well. Here you can see some typical examples of our microprojector system integrated inside the lens. So another approach which actually allow you to overcome this problem is to use the holography. So holographical approach is a bit different. It's actually ability to collect all the information about light by the interference process. So then you can actually use opposite procedure, and you can actually restore the recorded information. It's actually allow you to work both with dynamic and static images. If you do everything correctly, then actually you can do a real 3D imaging with a holographic approach. So again, that's another prototype which works pretty well in our lab. Actually, I would recommend to come to our booth, and you will have a chance to experience the work of this holographic projector in a real time. So with this, I would like to say that creating a smart contact lens, it's not a simple task at all. And I would say to some extent it's similar to building a spaceship. But nevertheless, seems like it's doable. And I have no doubt that the smart contact lens would be the technology which revolutionize the space exploration in the near future. So thank you very much for your attention, and see you at our booth at S3 here. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman and Valentine. I don't think we can make up two cooler topics than smart contact lenses in space. So thanks for that topic. Make sure to check out their booth in the expo hall. And now we're continuing on the enterprise track with a really important subject focused on cross-company metaverse for collaboration and training, with a specific focus in the oil and gas industry. So we'll hear more about how this sector excels in safety, employee health, and supply chain collaboration on safety topics such as dropping objects, which surprisingly is a leading cause of accidents. We'll hear from insights from the Drops Metaverse, a multiplayer training experience for preventing accidents, and the journey to overcome technical challenges. Presenting this, we have Sarvana Perumal, who is the head of XR Solutions at VinsInfo, Mr. Joe Vandermullen, who is the director of the Drops Asia chapter, and Ricardo Ferrer, who is the APAC and Middle East operations director at Access Group. So please help me in joining Joe, Sarvana, and Ricardo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for staying. I'm certainly excited about what I just now saw with those lenses, and I hope one day we get to integrate that into some of the solutions we're working on. So behind me is a maybe more conventional piece of equipment, a drilling rig built here in Singapore, and actually many of these rigs operating in the world were built here in Singapore. Now, the oil and gas sector may not be as sexy as when I started 20 years ago. And of course, there are valid concerns about climate change. And you know, some people compare us with the tobacco industry, arms dealers, crypto miners. But I'm very proud to be in this industry, and I'll explain why. My name is Joachim van der Meulen. I work for DROPS, which stands for Dropped Object Prevention Scheme. So, and this relates to industrial safety. So, after a few very serious incidents in our industry, our industry has become really good at kind of eliminating hazards and then reducing incidents. So much so that I would argue that, you know, our industry is really very safe, actually much safer than if you were to have a job in a construction industry here, for example. So many initiatives has led to a much safer workplace. So let's zoom into specifically what we're looking at here. So these are two pictures of a drilling rig. On the left is the drill floor, and on the right is a derrick. So oil and gas lies very deep in the ground, and you need to drill for it with many sections of pipe. And you can imagine that takes an enormous amount of power. So if you have one of those hand drills, well, this will be thousands of times more power than you have with a hand drill like that. So combine that with an offshore environment where there's a lot of corrosion due to seawater. This causes a lot of issues. At the same time, well, on this picture, the drill floor is mostly empty, but normally actually quite a lot of people working there. The risk of dropped objects is quite serious. So, and a dropped object, if generates enough momentum, can have really life-changing impact. So, interesting, the industry is, how a drilling rig works is very similar across all the rigs working in the world, and there are thousands. So actually, it's a great opportunity if we have a mistake, if we fail at some point, to actually learn from others. And that's exactly what my role is. Getting those learnings from different companies and making sure that that is not repeated with other companies. So we provide training materials to companies, and that sometimes is PowerPoint, a little bit boring. So we started looking at different technologies to kind of make the training a bit more attractive, more lasting. And so we started with e-learning initially, and then we wanted the e-learning to be more interactive, so we did kind of stories with animations. And at some point, you know, I was going back and forth to this studio to kind of do this, and I thought, hey, can we put these 3D models in a VR device, and can we just meet remotely so I don't have to keep on coming back to Kuala Lumpur to make these videos? Now, the vendor at that time said, no, this is impossible. And of course, you know, I don't accept that, you know, impossible. That's, if I think of something, usually 10 other people have already thought about it and made a solution, and true enough. And that's when I met Saravana, and he indeed put the 3D model on the VR device, and we had that up and running within a week. And I imagine the future, just like Mark Zuckerberg, you know, everyone would be having these devices by now. Things didn't work quite as fast, but you know, we kept at it. And we have a nice training platform now, which many companies are involved in, and all sharing their knowledge and kind of use that as part of their training. So we did the first round in 2022, and now more and more companies are using it and kind of bringing in their own ideas. And yeah, we expand the content from there. So the main partner was initially Shell, but now we work with many other companies. Access is one of those companies, and Ricardo will speak next about how they implemented this with their services in the industry. There we go.
Okay, hello everyone. Pleasure to be here. So continuing what Joe mentioned about how technology can actually improve the safety statistics on board offshore drilling rig, we are actually working and applying that. So just to introduce briefly, so our company Access Group is specialized in inspection on offshore installations. So we are going towards these rigs with our personnel and identifying potential hazards, and then advising our clients on how to make it safer. So one of the expertise that we have is with drops, as Joe mentioned, is the dropped object prevention scheme on how to identify this potential dropped object. So we can go on site, we can actually do a lot of things and with procedures and everything, but in the end, the physical hazard on site is where we try to minimize. So the traditional training methods that we've been applying in the industry before that solution came was, as Joe mentioned, maybe a little bit boring with classroom trainings, some online trainings, and then we have maybe the best training method, I think, of any industry, which is on-the-job training. So actually going there and having another inspector or even potentially the crew that are on these rigs to actually go and experience the actual hazard by looking and seeing, okay, this is a potential hazard. Can you understand that this corrosion can lead to a potential death? That's the ideal world of a training method. However, can we actually put all of these trainees on board these rigs? That's not so easy. We have to go through extensive training even to go on board. So then we have to actually have challenges of potentially combining the theory of how to inspect, how to identify potential hazard when the reality of actually practical work. And that's when the Drops Metaverse became part of our ideas on how to improve that, to make the trainings more successful. How many of us here have gone online and then just checked the box of I read and I accept the terms without ever reading those terms? I think we are all guilty of that. And then the purpose of actually bringing these safety trainings to the real or semi-real scenario on that the Metaverse brings is that these will retain, the information will be retained by the trainees. So it will be something close to their hearts. A lot of the knowledge actually is retained when it's emotionally attached. When it's just PowerPoints, it's at least 70% of the information is gone within a few hours. So then by embracing that experience, then the information will be retained. The semi-practical information will be in the minds of the people. And it's quite cheap. We don't need to expend a lot of money just with certifications to go offshore on on-the-job training. It's also possible to be done remotely by a lot of people in different parts of the world. The pandemic, as we know, just halted us of actually traveling, and that became a de facto solution to replace the on-the-job training. And for us, as we are doing the inspections and training for our clients and even internally, that actually opened a new door. So this is a very good example of taking the traditional industry, as the offshore oil and gas can be, but also applying new technologies to become new business model as well. So then we become more experts in providing training to our clients and teaching them on how to identify themselves. Young generation, that's very important for us as well, that we are seen as a company that it's ahead of the curve in terms of implementation of new technologies. The offshore mentality of being quite dinosaurs has to stay behind. We are quite new to the industry with these new technologies, and we have some catching up to do. So that will attract new talent. As Joe mentioned, the reputation of oil and gas can maybe be improved, but if we do things smarter in more efficient ways, we can actually improve that. Now talking about challenges. There are challenges in the real world. This is all amazing and great when we're talking about the presentations and sales speech, but we had some real life challenges. We still do at some point. So implementing that can have some resistance. A lot of the management from our clients are not so familiar with VR in general. So first challenge is that a lot of them don't realize how cheaper hardware can be. We probably here in this room are very used of trying out, but you'll be surprised of how much of the decision makers from the big companies, the oil companies, or even the drilling companies have not really experienced. So there is a resistance to change compared to the traditional methods. The motion sickness is something, the elephant in the room as well. Some people are actually prone to that, especially when the first generation came. So the percentage of people experiencing motion sickness were quite high. We see that with the new development that's coming to the market with affordable prices, that's reduced. I think as well, also there is a natural familiarization of our personnel and the younger generation, and this eventually will be reduced, but it's important that we address that. The software still has challenges. Not all systems that we have today in the Metaverse are completely integrated with the client system. So they have their own software to actually manage the competence, the training matrix. We have our own as an inspection and training company. And then we have the Metaverse from Meta. So all of these systems, they need to speak to each other. Then the challenge is who will pay for the cost, who will actually take the first step, and what happens when these are updated and needs to be reviewed. So these are challenges that we face in the real world. We try to overcome, and sometimes we have to end up with some compromise. But so far, that's where we're heading towards improving the safety training by using new technologies. Okay, so that's me. Thanks for having me, and I think now we have my colleague as well to join me. Thank you.
Thanks, Ricardo. So, good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, let me introduce myself. Myself, Sarona, associated with Wins Info for more than 10 years. My journey into the world of VR AR began in 2016. Now I have the privilege of leading VR AR initiatives along with a wonderful team to bring these kind of innovations forward. So before we get to know about WinSinfo, what does, so let's take a step back to understand our involvement in this groundbreaking project, Drops Metaverse. My previous speakers, Joe and Ricardo, have covered most key points, explaining what the project is about, where the idea is originated, how it got started, and some of the key challenges we faced during the course of development. Being a technical partner, I would like to share some of the core technical aspects and how they bring significant value to the project. The first one we call it here is collaborative training methodology. This concept of collaborative training allows trainees to see and interact with each other in a realistic 3D industrial environments. With this multiplayer voice chat system, the trainees can collaborate and learn together along with their guides or instructors, just as they do in real time, but within the immersive space of VR. This enables the trainees to practice these scenarios in a more efficient way than in the traditional method. The second one is implementation of heavy 3D rig models. We have integrated, just like Joe shown in the first slide, these kind of heavy rig 3D models into the application. But loading these kind of applications was a significant challenge in the early days with the devices like Oculus Go. However, due to the advancements in device capabilities of Meta and 3D optimization techniques, we can now seamlessly integrate these kind of heavy models into the application, thus creating an environment which closely mirrors the reality. These models often consist of elements such as machines, tools, to give more realistic as much as possible. And the final one is cross-platform support. So this is specific for the, so one of the challenge which Ricardo said, like the generation 1 who are all having the kind of a motion sickness with VR. So we have to make sure that our application is accessible across multiple platforms. So myself and Joe has decided to generate, so why can't we give additional support with Windows and Mac systems so that they can also contribute and attend the training sessions. So these are the 3 key features of the project, but there are few other implementations as well, like user authentication with AWS, avatar systems, and picking up the tools in the training scenarios, kind of. In addition to this, I would like to share a few other industry cases which WinSinfo is working on. The first one is fire and safety drills training. This training is more or less similar to whatever the training we are dealing with the oil and gas industry, but which allows the individuals to practice emergency procedures in a controlled environment. So which also enhances their preparedness for real-time situations. The second one is for the industry of architects and interior design industry. This helps architects and designers to choose, to visualize their projects in a virtual environment and make their design choices and making adjustments even before they start their real work. The last one is the transformation of online shopping by allowing consumers to visualize their products in their own area. Imagine being able to see how a piece of furniture would look like in your living room or workplace, even before making a purchase. So this is the idea behind that one. So we believe this is the concept of futuristic online shopping. Finally, I would like to share a few insights about WinSinfo. We have been in this software industry for more than 25 years and have expertise teams in e-commerce, cloud, AI and blockchain services in addition to XR. Specifically with XR services, we are having significant experience of 8+ years. But what makes us different from other XR service providers in the industry is that we bring a wealth of knowledge and stability to the products with our wide range of services like cloud and AI solutions. Even in Drops Metaverse as well, we have implemented the cloud-based user authentication and asset management systems. So finally, I request all of you to think how these kind of innovative solutions can align with your future goals. So that's it from my side. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Joe, Ricardo, and Savannah for that talk. It really helps put into perspective the innovation that's going on in such a traditional industry and how important safety is for everybody, really. So now we'll take a second, have a 15-minute break. So go grab some coffee, do your thing, and we'll meet back here at 3:35. See you soon. right, everyone, welcome back to the main stage. I see a couple cups of coffee or tea out there, so let's keep the energy going for the next 3 sessions. And right now, we have another enterprise-focused talk, which is when cloud rendering meets edge computing, enabling mobile devices to access high-definition 3D video in normal environments, presented by Ms. Fumina Tang, a solutions architect at NTT Communications, as well as Mr. Yoshihiro Fujieda, an XR technology specialist at NTT Docomo's. We'll hear about NTT Docomo and NTT Communications Corporation's recent announcement of the successful completion of a trial demonstrating Docomo's multi-platform cloud rendering technology. This technology enables tablets and smartphones to seamlessly access real-time, 3-dimensional video in a wide range of environments, even outdoors. So please join me in welcoming Yoshihiro and Fumina.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining. Our topic today is when cloud rendering meets edge computing. As you can see, we have 2 speakers here today representing NTT Docomo and NTT Communications. I know there are too many NTT companies in the world, maybe 100, maybe 300. Sorry for the confusing. And you can consider NTT Docomo as a mobile communication provider and NTT Communications as long-distance communication provider. Just like the story we are going to tell, it's about an amazing combination of 2 fundamental technologies, cloud rendering and edge computing. Here we have today's agenda. We will go through from the application layer to the infrastructure layer. My name is Fumina Tang. I am currently taking charge of edge computing platform development and use case driving. I'm very happy to introduce my colleague, Yoshihiro, an outstanding XR specialist who lowers the threshold of playing fancy 3D contents.
My name is Yoshihiro Fujieda. I am affiliated with NTT Docomo, a wireless service provider in Japan. For this presentation, I have developed a technology called cloud rendering. From 2021 to 2022, I was involved in the digital transformation of civil engineering and construction sites, where I developed technology using BLE beacon and location information to ensure a safe work environment. From 2020 to 2023, I worked on developing a service aimed at increasing the recognition of regional cities using XR technology. Since 2023, I have been engaged in the development of cloud rendering technology. This is about the cloud rendering technology I am currently developing. This technology utilizes cloud computing resources for distributed processing of 3D graphics. By leveraging this technology, the load on local device is reduced, enabling even low-cost PCs and smartphones to experience high-precision 3D graphics. Traditionally, in the processing of 3D graphics without using cloud rendering, content needed from the cloud was downloaded and the graphics processing was carried out on local machine. On the other hand, when using cloud rendering, the graphics processing is performed on the cloud side, and only the processed results are transferred to the local device. This reduces the load on the local device, allowing even low-cost devices and smartphones to experience high-precision 3D graphics. On the other hand, traditional cloud rendering technology required application providers to go through many steps to utilize it. However, our cloud rendering technology distributed the processing of high-resolution 3D graphics simply by running 3D software on a specific runtime, providing a high-quality experience even on smartphones and low-cost devices. On the left side, traditional cloud rendering. Traditionally, when developing 3D software, it was necessary to embed cloud rendering modules within the software itself. Additionally, since the software itself performed the cloud rendering during deployment, there were challenges such as increasing the development costs and difficulties in reducing the deployment environment. On the right side is our cloud rendering. By integrating the cloud rendering functionality into the platform, any 3D software running on the platform can benefit from cloud rendering. These are the use case for cloud rendering that we expect in the future. In recent years, the use of 3D data has become increasingly common in areas such as construction and civil engineering, digital archiving of cultural assets, and real-time monitoring of manufacturing sites. However, 3D data is larger in size compared to traditional data, leading to higher management costs and requiring enormous computational resources for processing. Therefore, we aim to solve these issues through cloud rendering by integrating data management and analysis tasks that were previously only possible locally into the cloud. We enable sustainable data utilization.
Okay, that's going back to the edge part. NTT Communications Edge Computing System. It's a distributed processing computing model that processes large amounts of data with low latency by distributing servers on networks in areas close to connected IoT devices and data collection sites. In this multi-edge computing, we have, on the very bottom, we have on-premise edge, servers and other equipment in factories, buildings, offices, and other user locations. Following the premise edge, we have network edge, like 5G base stations, CDN, mobile communication system, and so on. On the very top, well known to everyone, we have public cloud with secured cloud exchange. We call it FIC. Processing data on an appropriate server located closer to the device can ensure immediacy and reduce communication traffic. That is exactly edge computing stepped in. Let's look at edge layer by layer. SPFH means Smart Data Platform Edge Service. It's an edge computing service to run various applications for edge utilization, can remotely delivered and centrally managed through the SPFH controller in secure environment through FIC. It enables you to run your application at your location as close as to your device, to your data as possible. It's possible to minimize the distance between your devices and servers. And then that's going up to the network edge layer. We have Docomo MAC. MAC means the multi-axis edge computing. It's a smart platform that enables solutions and digital experience that take advantage of the features of 5G. MAC is also a technology that optimizes and speeds up 5G communications by deploying computers that processes data close to user side. MAC has points all over Japan. our customers can choose the nearest server location they want. They can also use Mac Direct, which directly connects devices and cloud infrastructure to optimize communication routes. Enables communication without going through the internet. And even you can enable QoS option to parameterize the most important traffic. So how did we conduct this joint demonstration test? I'd like to get it back to Yoshihiro. Here.
Thank you. To evaluate 3D video operation and responsiveness using table, smartphone in cloud computing and edge computing environments configured with the new technology, and to verify high precision 3D video delivery with stable quality. The goal was to ensure that the response time for operations performed with device was below the human detectable threshold of 0.1 second, and that video quality, even if temporarily degraded, would recover to normal within 1 second. We also have a diagram to help explain the physical distance between the edge and the cloud away from the client device. You can see that the public cloud is the farthest away, followed by the network edge, which is the 5G base station relatively closer, and then the on-premise edge is closest, right next to the end client device. In cloud computing, when the bitrate drops sharply, video quality degradation was observed. Additionally, while video progress delays are minimal when the bitrate is low, the video quality is affected with unclear lines on figures and structure and block noises. In an edge computing environment, the bitrate remained consistently stable, and the line of robots, people, and structure were always clearly visible. Next is demonstration of the experiment we conducted.
Here we have the demo. Okay, a short demo. We have a robot walk around in water space by key operation. Both the robot and the boundaries and the background looks very clear, high definition, clear boundaries, no block noises, and there's almost zero latency when we make the jump operation. And we also have the live FPS display. We use this smartphone. And this is just a smartphone, not something high-grade device. So it's exactly Yoshihiro's daily use smartphone with a browser, any browser. So you have a smartphone, browser, and you can have this. Leveraging our advanced cloud rendering and edge computing technologies, we will force an ecosystem by integrating with other systems and collaborating with partners who possess core XR technologies. We aim to build a seamless and immersive 3D industry metaverse that draws on the power of entities' infrastructure and create new value provided to the enterprise customers. The enterprise use case could be collaboration, robotics, mobility, and point cloud data. with 3D applications' widespread adoption, could fundamentally transform a number of industries from entertainment to retail, education, architecture, and engineering. By taking advantage of DOCOMO's high performance, we will productively introduce innovative use cases that deliver superior quality, safety, and availability to our customers, enable high-definition and immersive experiences, even on the devices with varying capabilities, even with this kind of devices, while ensuring low latency and power consumption. Even the lighter weight and lower cost, the cheap devices can equally have enjoyment of 3D contents of the same standard nationwide. You may also say Japan is a very small country. It will not generate so much network latency even from Hokkaido to Okinawa. In response to this comment, let me introduce another entity infrastructure. ION means Innovative Optical and Wireless Network. It's an initiative for networking and information processing infrastructure, including terminals that can provide high-speed, high-capacity communication utilizing innovative technology, focus on opticals, as well as tremendous computational resources. ION consists of 3 major technology fields: cognitive foundation, digital twin computing, and all-photonics network. In March 2023, as a first step, NTT released APN service. The idea behind the APN is to use optical fiber and optical computer across the entire network. The latency will be reduced to 1/200th of the existing network, and it is going to become a worldwide backbone network. And virtual worlds and realities become more interconnected. 3D rendering stands as a beacon of innovation. You might not be aware of it, but 3D renderings increasingly penetrate all aspects of your digital experiences. So here comes the problem. Management costs are increasing, and computing power and electricity are never enough. The amount of data we have to deal with is going to increase exponentially. But performance does not. We will experience computation inflation. I'm quoting Jensen's word at Comtex 2024 in Taiwan. I'm his big fan. The cost of computing is growing, but there is a better way. For a long time, we've been working on lots of accelerated computing with edge solutions, FPGA, SRLV, and now we found a better way to distribute workload that require GPU on a remote Kubernetes node with a rich GPU pool. Use it only as much as you need it and when you need it. And surely, you don't need to worry about the transmission network because ION will help us to 200 times speed up the network latency. At that time, you will feel that the network does not exist. Even your remote GPU may be on the other side of the world. We would like to make conclusion with this last slide, the last demo video. We are displaying on a Raspberry Pi, just a Raspberry Pi. In this video, we have 2 windows. The left one is a real Kubernetes service running on a Raspberry Pi. And you see it almost cannot moving without movement. But at the same time, on the right side, there is a virtual Kubernetes service that displaying on the same Raspberry Pi platform. We see the difference. the quality of the media without or with the remote GPU. Tremendous entity infrastructure, the tremendous computational resources is waiting for you. That is all we have for today. Thank you for joining. I hope you enjoy it. Further information will be found here. And we are very looking forward to collaborating with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Fumina and Yoshihiro, and best of luck on the commercial product launch next year. So now we're going to pivot to a use case on retail, advertising, and e-commerce with a panel focused on immersive retail, how innovations help build tomorrow's shopping today. Olivia Lee, co-founder of Livium, will set the stage with her insights on the evolution of the retail experience and her predictions for the industry. With her, we have Dima Kornilov, the founder of FaceMe, who will showcase revolutionary AR solutions that bring offline retail to life. And lastly, we have Roshan Raju, the CEO of Immersive, will reveal how 3D scanning technology is transforming e-commerce. So be prepared to explore how AR, VR, and XR are not just enhancing, but redefining the retail experience. So please join me in welcoming your panel.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining our session today. Our format is going to be a little bit different. I'll kick things off, and then you'll also hear from Dima and Roshan as well. So, my name is Olivia Lee. I am the founder of a consultancy called Livium. It is a consultancy based on the intersection of Metaverse, Web3, and fashion. In addition, I am also the head of digital fashion of All Stars Women, a global community focusing on bridging the gender investment gap for women founders. But really, I am here today because of my 20 years of deep dive experience hands-on in the world of e-commerce and retail. But, who am I kidding? Let me rephrase. I am an expert when it comes to shopping. Just ask my delivery guy, ringing my doorbell every 2 days. But really, when it talks about shopping, whether it's online or physical, I just feel like there hasn't been much innovation until now. So with that said, let's go through the evolution of the retail experience. Starting off with a little throwback. I love a good throwback. So back in the day, pre-web, how a customer discover a brand, it's very simple. It really just requires you to physically go to that store. And that's how you interact with the brand. And in addition, you will come across things like billboards, maybe advertisements, or even product placement. Just like you see back here, we've got Tom Hanks in this movie, The Terminal, and Hugo Boss so very displayed in the back, very obviously. And then we usher in the internet era, something we're currently still experiencing today. That brings on new experiences. We're talking about things like social media, which leads to things like influencers, social commerce, affiliate marketing, live streaming, all of those things. All of which also breaks shopping in a different way. But in the realm of e-commerce, we've been experiencing internet for a good 30 years now, but e-commerce itself hasn't really seen any major changes, in my opinion. Why are we still scrolling you know, on your favorite website, scrolling down, 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 or when we are looking for clothing in this context of today's talk, we are still comparing our sizes with a model, clicking left, 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 you know, just sort of figuring out if her size is going to fit me. Honestly, that makes the shopping a little bit even more kind of daunting, in my opinion. So lots of things can happen. And in addition, why am I still shopping by myself? This is probably one of those activities that's still very singular. So, ushering into the transformation of e-commerce into something I'd like to call immersive commerce. Today, in other talks, I heard virtual commerce as well, or immersive retail. So using the same example of Hugo Boss, we see back here something that's more immersive. What makes it immersive? Things like a 3D environment, real time, playing with your friends, being able to talk to one another, deciding on what to get. UGC would be another thing, and the gaming side. In addition, the hyper-personalization. You're no longer looking at it as a third person, but really in that world experiencing, not held back by the designer of that website with the hero banner. You can discover what you like in your own accord. So having said that, the idea, let's talk a little bit about numbers. So with the idea of immersive commerce is a large, large market. The idea that by 2030, we have Gen Z and Alpha taking up over 1/3 of our global population. In addition, those Gen Z are going to be your 50% are going to be your global consumers. That's huge. They're really driving the immersive commerce, the gaming, and fashion. So with that said, immersive commerce driven by these new generation is going to account for close to something like 500 billion to a upwards of, what number do I have here? 5 trillion by 2030. But what does that mean for all the audience out here who are builders, creators, solutions, brands, marketers? How do we see this in play? Now, I wish I can answer that, but I will, keep it short. The thing I can talk about is using the idea of accessibility, engagement, personalization, and founded by innovation as the foundation are ways that's going to make this work. So given an example I experienced last week, I was in New York and I came across a virtual try-on mirror at Chelsea Market. And I was very surprised and also kind of really liked the idea where there grew a huge crowd, all lining up to try on the virtual try-on mirror. And their expression shows it. No matter what age, men or women, they love the idea of novelty, engagement, and interaction. It was really quite a scene to be seen, and it tells you we're onto something. So with that said, I'd like to share with you what I think is going to be the future of retail. So allow me to set the scene. Now, imagine you are in the comfort of your home and you suddenly receive an invitation from a friend inviting you to their wedding in Italy. So instead of going to your local mall, you put on your headset and instantly it scans your eyes and it knows it's you and it has everything about you to your identical twin, from a mole on your cheek to your exact body measurement, this right now, in fact. And with that, the AI assistant would go something like, you're shopping for something for wedding, I see, and you nod your head, you're like, yes. And instantly the world around you changes. All of a sudden, you see this sort of world of all of the clothing you have. So for the men out here, your suits. For the women out here, all of the clothes that you have. In fact, these are your digital twin of your real life clothing. So, as usual, you're looking, there's nothing to wear for this wedding. Story of my life, let's go shopping, yeah? So then the AI brings you into this beautiful boutique. Maybe it looks a little bit different from where I see versus somebody else because it's tailored to my preference. It knows kind of what I like, my characteristic, maybe my spending habit is already preloaded the items that they know that's according to my taste. So I look around and I spot an item, and then the avatar try it on. all of a sudden, I kind of see the shimmering of the gown, I'm walking, and then I see the flow of the fabric, and it is a perfect fit on the real me. Not on a model, not on just an avatar, but my exact body shape. In addition, maybe I'm treated to something like the story behind this dress by the designer through this beautiful immersive experience, the kind of aspirations or inspiration behind the dress. Or maybe I'm treated to the sustainable journey of this fabric, all of which are ways that we can engage in the future of shopping. And just then, it feels that my heart is skipping a beat, my pupils dilate, and it tells the avatar or myself that this indeed is the dress for you. So it makes quick out a little bit faster, but just when I'm about to check out, something pops up and it goes, join us on our runway and have a chance to win big, So it's adding an element of gaming. So all of a sudden, you're dressed in that avatar. You find yourself walking on this Venetian bridge with other people shopping for dresses as well. Shoppers are voting, so they're earning points, you're earning points, and you earn a badge at the end of this challenge. And as expected, you win, because why wouldn't you, right? And all of a sudden, you get a discount directed to your sale. And lastly, I imagine I don't even have to see it in my home. No more ringing doorbell for the delivery guy. It goes straight to the Italy hotel because it knows I'm booking a hotel there. So ladies and gentlemen, that is my quick idea of what I think the future of fashion is. I'd like to pass it to Dima, who's going to go a little bit more about the offline solutions and some of the technology. Dima.
Thank you. We'll get a bit more on a practical side of what's going on right now. My name is Dima Kornilov. I'm CEO of FaceMe. We create AR mirrors for world-renowned brands. And before we will get into practical part, I want to reflect a bit on how all of us have changed. And back in the days, each of us, including me, existed only as physical personas, but since social media appeared, we also received one more persona, which is online persona. And matter of fact, more than one online persona. Think about it. We act differently on different social media. We're more professional on LinkedIn, more playful on dating apps, more creative on Instagram or TikTok or Snapchat. And this physical persona and online persona, they have different needs and different behavior. And while physical persona needs physical pleasure and interactions, online persona requires digital interactions and digital pleasure, likes, comments, and fires to their stories. Moreover, younger guys and guys who like to play computer games know that our virtual game characters is also something very serious. So now the third type of persona starts to appear more and more, and this is especially relevant for Gen Z and Gen Alpha. For them, their in-game character or virtual persona is also something completely different. Meanwhile, in the industry, Mark introduced his concept of the Metaverse, and everyone thought that Metaverse is VR or even web. In fact, at some moment, everything became Metaverse. Like everyone called themselves Metaverse. And more branded Metaverse projects started to appear every day. But we hardly ever heard about results. If we'll Google Metaverse case studies, Metaverse cases conversions, we will find nothing. No conversions in direct sales, nothing, like no open data at least. And the interest started to decrease. And why did it happen? The reason is simple. Even though we have a virtual persona whom Metaverse projects were targeting, we still have physical and online personas who strive for attention and experiences. And the biggest insight that I got last year is that offline is the new trending social media with 8 billion users, and that people love their real life, and they love their online life, and they are ready to explore virtual, but they're not ready to replace their real life with virtual life. That means that marketing experiences that we offer should accomplish all these pursuits. They should, and marketing innovations should target not just online or not just virtual environments, but they should target all three, including physical world. And to demonstrate this approach in practice, I will show you cases that we created for world-renowned brands with AR mirror. So for example, to launch the new fragrance by Mugler, we launched Augmented Reality experience, which immerses consumers into the world of their new fragrance. We created Instagram filter and launched it online to generate user-generated content and awareness online. But apart from it, we integrated it into AR mirror in Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, so that people can, as Olivia mentioned, interact with it, and more importantly, seamlessly interact. The coolest thing is that you don't need to do anything except from standing in front of the mirror. And we received really cool results. We received more than 1,000 interactions within the first month of the experience. Also, thanks to the fact that this is innovative solution, we received mentions in Forbes, at Week, Wag Business, and more than 1 million impressions in social media. But the whole thing is not just about these small pop-ups and AR mirrors. In fact, it's about transformation of the whole of outdoor communication. Every big outdoor banner, boring banner made with non-sustainable materials that we create and then destroy, create and destroy, update, and waste materials, all of them should become immersive, interactive, and digital. And here is an example. We turned huge video banner on the building into augmented reality mirror and allowed everyone who was passing by to try on new mascara by Maybelline. So this way, we covered lots of people, and since the sales point was nearby, we were also able to drive sales, because everyone who interacted received sample and was informed that you can purchase this mascara right here in this shopping mall. Look how impressive it was. Also, why people interact with it? First of all, it is personalized there on the big screen. Second, it attracts attention to them, and people like to receive attention. Third, it makes them look beautiful. As a result, again, we received really cool results. We had a calculated growth of sales offline. We again received the press for the biggest immersive installation worldwide. And since we also have this experience as an online version of this experience, we received conversions online. And third thing, to demonstrate that this is not just about this format of mirrors. It's about transformation of how we approach to retail, to shopping. We created this collection of semi-digital clothing for Bershka, clothing that goes live with the help of AR filter on social media app. But apart from this, we placed AR installation inside their stores, and people were able to seamlessly see the digital layer of the clothing without doing anything, simply by looking at the screen. And why did this work? It worked simply because it looks differently. It looks differently from the regular shopping racks, so it attracted attention and people interacted with it, then they tried on this clothing, then they purchased it. And we have the data that this helped to increase the sales of the collection twice. And now we're already doing the 5th collection of semi-digital clothing for Bershka. And just to say that this is not something new. No, this is already mass market scenes is going on. We're doing tens of AR mirror projects for world-renowned brands worldwide now. We're doing mirrors for LVMH, Fendi, for L'Oreal, Prada, Shiseido, Dolce & Gabbana, and all of them around the world. The next AR mirror project here will be for Walk Singapore event in October. To sum up, I want to say that, sorry, clicker glitches. Previously, innovation did not allow to transform retail in a level that we want. But now this changed, and thanks to cool technology, thanks to Snap Camera SDK, we're now able to fully transform offline retail, and we have calculated proof that it actually drives sales and not other abstract performance. And we should start transforming offline retail because we love real life and we love digital life, and the future is digital. Passing it over to Roshan.
That was awesome. Thanks, Dima. Yeah, I completely agree. I think customers live in a phygital world and brands need to start adapting. I'm Roshan. I'm the CEO and founder of Immersive. Basically, I'm a consumer tech startup that helps brands reimagine and improve customer shopping experiences through deep tech. But before I say anything more, can I just get a raise of hands of how many people have shopped online over the last 90 days? Okay. And keep your hands up. Keep your hands up, okay? And if you've shopped online and returned something over the last 90 days, keep your hands up. Okay, that's about right. So shopping sucks online right now. and there's a reason why offline is a primary way for customers to shop. Today, shopping offline is about 80%, but online is growing at 26% and is about to be about 30 to 40% of the entire market by 2030. And there's a reason why customers are not shopping online, because it's because of the fundamental pain points. Aside from pricing, aside from logistics, customers need to know how a product looks on them. Customers need to know what their size is, because there's multiple sizing guidelines, and your body changes, and there's so many different factors. And there's no fitting room in my house. I'm not going to get the clothes. And lastly but not least, why should I buy this brand? There's hundreds of brands to choose from. And I need to differentiate my brand and my story of why I need to buy this for a premium price. And this is what online shopping is not doing. And the data shows itself. Today, on average, 30% of everything bought online is returned. That's $500 billion annually lost. And those are carbon footprint costs. Those are customers not being happy. And that means, on average, customers are not confident with their online shopping experience. And we know that because of cart abandonment rate, right? 78% of people add something to the cart, and then they say, I don't know if I want to buy this because I'm not confident that this is going to be exactly what I want, and I don't have the patience to wait for it to come in 2 days for me to then discover that this doesn't fit me or this isn't what it actually looks like on me. And I think that's where AI and XR come in to solve these pain points, both online and offline. Right? Dima kind of mentioned how visualization can come in offline, right? Bringing in engagement and personalized storytelling by helping customers say, hey, in real time, without going and changing my clothes, this is how it looks on me. And this can be done offline as well, right? And online. And that's something, as a company, as Shopify partners, Immersive has created some pretty cool tech that helps this. But fundamentally, we want to solve these 3 major pain points that we talked about using AI and XR. A case study for XR for storytelling is web-based plugins. So we on Shopify have created an app that brands can just plug in with 0 code and create 3-dimensional storytelling that amplifies what the collection is about. And this can be, bringing the whole store to my house. And the whole point is about friction. I think the Metaverse was so sold on, VR and all of that, but the truth is customers don't have VR headsets, right? It's about what is the device I have in my hand? And that's where WebXR comes in as a frictionless storytelling that plugs in directly onto websites where inventory and all of that is present. But last but not least, everyone here probably knows that sizing is the biggest pain point, and there is some solutions. We've actually launched a solution as well related to that, and fundamentally it helps people be more confident, right? according to Shopify and even Amazon, when 3D models are used, when engagement strategies are used like this, we're able to increase sales almost by 68% if AR is used. And this goes beyond just the sales process. In the manufacturing sense, a lot of companies are using 3D models like Marvelous and Clo, CAD, and those same designs can be applied to the websites for sales, and then that can go even to post-market and in brand awareness creation and even gaming, right? Integrating to multiple new ways to communicate to customers that, hey, we're here. We're running out of time, so I'm just going to go straight to the point that I think, to summarize what Dima and what Olivia were saying, is brands need to keep their customers first in mind. I think customers want to engage with brands both in a physical world and in a digital world. And fundamentally, they should be investing in these new types of tech because it is proving to increase sales. It is reducing returns by personalizing the entire shopping experience and making it just a little bit faster and easier to check out. And fundamentally, at the end of the day, trying to aim for brand loyalty. And at the end of the day, I don't think a brand wants more than that, because if, hey, cost of acquiring a customer is pretty high, and keeping them, that's the end of the day the goal. And it's all about frictionless and bringing in plugins that, make everything easier for the shopper. So I think we can this is our last slide. So wanted to say to the audience, whether you're a retailer, an entrepreneur, a engineer, or a designer, I think we are in a very early stage of this industry, and we are excited to collaborate with all of you. So please do connect with us. We would love to connect with you and collaborate on any of the things that you feel that we can help you with, and reimagine and build a better shopping future. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia, Dima, and Roshan, for the panel and all of your insights, and also contributing to all of our buying habits. So thanks again. So now we have one last session, which will be experiential technology of the future. And in this session, Michael Andrian, the CEO of Made by Humans, and Kiki Lauda, the creative technology director of Publicis Group, will explore trends in experiential technology, including AR, mixed reality, and AI applications. They will discuss how these technologies enhance traditional media, impact brand customer interactions, and share case studies, implementation challenges, and solutions. So please join me in welcoming Michael and Kiki.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you for coming to our presentation.
Hi everyone, thanks for coming to our presentation. First of all, before everything, let's introduce ourselves. Go first.
So yeah, I'm Michael. I'm from Indonesia, Jakarta. I have a creative technology studio that does marketing innovation called Made by Humans. And last year, we created like a division called Made by Machines that does Gen AI solution for brands. So the past few years, our brands have been working with companies such as Disney, Mondelez, PepsiCo, and much more. Over to you, Kiki.
Thanks, Michael. My name is Kiki, Kiki Lauda. That's my last name. That's my full name. So I am from Publicis Group. As you may know it, we are one of the biggest advertisement and media agency in the world. With I have personally been tasked for the emerging technology and all the experiential technology and all the experimental technology in the whole APAC region. And I've personally been working on some of my clients that working together with you as well, Michael, on PepsiCo, Lay's, and I personally working on Honda, Toyota, you name it. Yeah, some of the big clients as well. And yeah, without further ado, let's jump right through it. So the topic for today that I want to talk about is experiential technology. I always get a tongue twister there. Okay, so what is experiential technology? So as the word describes it itself, it is a multisensory experience technology as a new way to consume, interact, and also process information as an extension to our senses. It's enabling them to actually interact and process information or digital contents in a more personalized way. So, in a nutshell, it is like, imagine like you've been getting used to processing information by reading, listening, or watching. But with experiential technology, instead of you actually reading or watching, you are actually immersed through it, you are actually experience it. So it's a new way, and one of it is actually AR. So without further ado, let's jump through it.
So I'm gonna explain about how humans consume information first as a preface. So based on Richard Gregory visual assumption theory, there are two types of how humans consume an information. One is the top-down processing, and the other is the bottom-up processing. So the bottom-up processing is similar to this puzzle right here. You started to see the individual pieces, and then you're trying to figure out what is the picture here. And if you see, like, if you read a text or view a video, you try to kind of like consume the information one by one, and then you try to conclude the information afterwards. Meanwhile, the top-down processing is more of like seeing the picture first, for example, like the full picture of the puzzle, which is like this cube, and then you try to see the individual pieces and how does it like look like. So this is similar to experiential technology, which is like consuming and experiencing information first, then try to break down what do you experience. So why is this relevant? Over the past 20 years, from 2004 to 2024, our attention span has been reduced to 68%, from 2.5 minutes to 47 seconds. And this is caused by a lot of things. One of it is information overload. So we are currently taking more information with the readily available devices that we have. Even like right now today, I have like my phone here, my Apple Watch. So there's a couple of like devices that I'm using to consume information. Second is social media. So social media algorithm focuses more on instant gratifications. There are FOMO culture as well, and also the hustle culture, which the need to do more in a day. So there are more reasons that we need to consume information in a very short span of time. So this is the solution. The solution was to use the top-down information to consume information, because with this solution and also like experiential technology, which is a part of top-down processing method, this has been shown to make like to increase like the retention up to 38 to 49% of forming a long-term content in a very short time. And also in an attention deficit society, experiencing things is way faster and better to consume a fast amount of information with longer retention.
Okay, so now we understand that's how human and people actually consume information. But you know, we are here to talk about the machine. We're here to talk about the computer. So how machine actually consume information? Okay, let's talk about it. So the first I want to talk about is the spatial intelligence. Okay, so the ability to see on us began as a passive senses. It is our earliest way to explore, to discover the world we live in, nothing more, nothing else. Over time, sight turned to insight. Seeing become understanding, and understanding evolve into intelligence. This intelligence allows us to feel and react on what we see, as explained earlier on the top-down before with Michael. So as for example, as you can see this Jenga here, when you see this Jenga, what do you feel? You feel that, oh, it's about to fall, you want to catch it, you want to do something about it. That is what the top-down approach that Michael was explaining before. There is actually a knowledge that you already have in your head that telling you on what to do, what to react. And that ability, that knowledge, that intelligence is what set us apart to be the leading beings in this three-dimensional reality. Okay, so the question is like, how do we get here? When did it evolve? So now what we're trying to do, we are trying to replicate what makes us special, our own intelligence, into a system what we know the most, what we got familiar the most, which is a computer. It all began about 15 years ago, when the computers start to understand the visual that we input into them. Like, for example, in this example, is a segmentation of a visual. And then, fast forward to about nowish, 4 years ago, with the boom of generative AI, a computer now able to generate their understanding of what is they understand in a more human way, in a more human language. So for example, like this, you will be able to actually change it to generative AI to something like this. And then, fast forward soon, generative intelligence will be able to also recreate reality. It will extending our senses and also open a brand new uncharted medium for both users and also for the creative use. So, I just want to say here that we are getting used to consume information in a 2D, two-dimensional, limited to one plane only. So like our presentation here, in a screen, we're talking like this, and then a projection like that. It's all like 2D. Everything is flat, and then we are limited to it. Soon, by incorporating an experiential technology, we will not be limited to only one plane, but we will be open to a new dimension out there for us to explore. We can have like multiple layers out there. So that's what we want to say, that top-down approach and experiential technology is the future of everything. And lastly, what I want to say here is like, by aligning how human and machine process information, we will actually unlock the new dimension of understanding and creativity. So we are standing here in a very interesting intersection of technology and innovation, just in the right time to see the birth of something great about to come. Okay.
So I'm gonna explain a bit more about what does the types of experiential technology that we have right now. So we divided into 4 sections. One is virtual reality. I think it's one of the earliest implementation of spatial and also experiential technology. Now it's added like capability of mixed reality. So virtual reality allows us to transport into a different world. And it allows us to be in different places in mere seconds. So on the left is, you can see like a mixed reality booth we did in Indonesia. So this is for a brand in Indonesia. And then we're just aligning like the information in their booths and with the social media. On the right, we see like the museum museum tour at your home. So you can do this in mere seconds. And then we see augmented reality. So augmented reality has been a popular integration for experiential technology as well, because everyone here have mobile phones. And with augmented reality, it's more accessible because it's just using your mobile phones. And we can see the example on the right, which I will explain. So I have here a campaign for ramen brand. And basically, they're releasing like a spicy version of the ramen. And the way we create like experiential technology is by creating like a little bit bit of game, like a Flappy Bird game, but we play it with sound. So the way we play it, we have to say like hoo ha, as if like you're like too spicy, the ramen is too spicy for you. Like, so like hoo ha, so that people can experience and other people can also like see the content. So this is using sound. And Kiki, maybe you want to explain on the left one?
So on the left, that's one of the experiential technology with the technology that's available as well today that I want to explain here. It's how we combine LLM, just ChatGPT, as you may all know it because we all very tech savvy in here, with an AR, very simple AR. So in Australia, we are able to actually customize our number plates. So we're creating a demo prototype here. How about if we're actually creating an LLM that could help you generate a number plate for you, but not only generating a number plate as an idea, but to actually to actually generate the number plates and help you envision it, how it look like on your car.
And then we have extended reality. So we have like 2 examples for extended reality. So the difference between like the other example is extended reality, you don't need any device. You can see it in the room itself because we are using a technology called projection mapping and also virtual production. So we see here we use like extended reality LED. So you can see the part of the place where you can like stand, and then it will extend your reality. And we have like hologram and other like technology as well that supports extended reality. The cool thing is that you can get like a multiple point of view. So you can invite people that are not tech savvy to experience it with you. And the last but not least, and the newest of the bunch is generative reality. So with the arrival of generative AI, we can create like a personalized experience of yourself in mere seconds and do personalization. For example, in this example of we created like an AI photo booth, and it has been like a popular experience in Indonesia. So you just take a picture of your face, and when we deepfake it into like a character of a mobile, very popular mobile games, and then we collaborated with part of like L'Oreal group, which is Garnier, and to create this experience. And then we have here on the left a kind of like an experience where you can generate like 360 world in mere seconds with generative AI.
Okay, so we talk enough about all the technology and everything. So what do the market want to see in augmented reality and in the spatial? So how do the creative and advertising industry see the spatial computing, including AR and XR? To be honest, it's not that great, since most clients actually see AR and spatial as a good to have, not a need to have. That's something that we need to change, that mindset. Well, without further ado, well, in this example, I just want to show you how spatial and XR has been implemented in the creative industry in a very creative way. So the first one that I want to see here, this is our collaboration together, Michael and me. 10 years ago, as you may know, Lay's PepsiCo brand launched one of the most successful campaign by sticking a smile in their pack, just like you see here. Okay, fast forward to now, what they want to do, PepsiCo want to celebrate this anniversary by giving a twist of what is the modern takes on this kind of a campaign. So the client actually reluctant to actually use Gen AI as it is because of the moderation, because of the IP and everything. So we came up with a solution to pre-create more than about 250 to 300 different characters, and then we will transfer the user face into one of it randomly. So it's give a twist of a little bit of treasure hunting style, but still have the creativity and element of surprise behind it. You want to talk about the technical side behind it?
Yeah, so we successfully created a system to generate like a picture within like in less than 3 seconds. So before you need like the pack to take a picture, and then maybe your lighting is not good or your camera is not good, but with deepfake, you can just use any cameras, and then the picture, the output will come out perfectly. So let's play
In
the video.
2016, Lay's brought countless smiles to Thailand with Lay's Smile Pack. We witnessed joy from loved ones, people around us smiling, having fun, and joining in. It reinforced the familiar phrase, Thailand, the land of smiles. But now Thailand, lack of smiles. Due to various situations, Thai smiles have slowly faded away, hidden behind masks from the pandemic and economic struggles. Lay's, as a brand representing joy, can't stand to see Thai smiles disappear. In 2024, Lay's Smile is back with 8 new smile designs on 8 flavors packs. We're inviting Thais to smile once again. But for new gen smiles, it's not enough. Introducing Lay's Smile Your Way. Just scan the pack and unlock unlimited fun with smiles through AI generative. Smile more, easier, funnier. Smile any way you want. We developed AI characters representing each flavor, trained in a closed system to ensure copyright accuracy, created a web app to generate your smile on different characters easily, compatible with all smartphones. Now, Lay's is ready to let everyone smile Lay's way.
ยิ้มเลในเวคุณ
เลเขาจัดแคมเปญเพื่อเพิ่มรอยยิ้มให้คนไทยค่ะชวนมาสร้างรอยยิ้มผ่านแพ็กเกจจิ้งใหม่ Lay Smile
Over 100,000 smiles were generated immediately during the campaign launch. Thais started having more fun with their smiles, spreading smiles across the country, buying more Lays, discovering more types of smiles. Wherever you are, happiness from smiles will always be close by, making the phrase Thailand, land of smiles, visible to the world at Times Square, New York. Smiles generated by AI. Created real smiles for both those who saw them and those who smiled with Lays. Smiling at friends, neighbors. Smiling at loved ones and those who love you.
It brings back memory.
Yeah.
So for the next one, this one actually one of our work as well in Publicist Group. And I just want to show you on how a simple use of technology can have a profound impact without, can have a profound impact if the idea and the single-minded proposition itself is actually strong enough to support the whole campaign to actually have a better campaign because of the idea itself is good, not because of the technology itself. It will have a better and longer lasting impression on client's face rather than an overcomplicated tech without a strong idea behind it. So without further ado, I'm just gonna play it to you.
We're currently in a very challenging environment. Rising costs, rising utilities, rising cost of materials. The closure of a traditional Irish pub impacts the community immensely. And once it's gone, it's gone.
There are many other historical areas which get huge support from the government. For example, museums, grant-aided, tax exemptions.
Welcome to Sean's Bar, the oldest pub in Ireland, Europe, and perhaps even the world. Join the innumerable number of visitors who have been stopping here for a drink and a chat for more than 1,000 years.
As it stands, I think we are living museums. I think virtual is just the next innovative step into bringing us out there.
Toner's Pub here in Baggot Street is a living museum. I'm the curator of that museum.
Oh, thank you. So,
yeah, this one won some awards, yeah?
Yeah, so this one won Silver Lion at Cannes just this year. And we just launched it, I think this is January this year. And yeah, and because of the success of it, we are actually rolling it out to other pub all around the world. Heineken is planning to actually start rolling it out, starting Singapore as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you would like to connect, that's our contact details over there.
And we have a few minutes for Q&A. If anybody wants to ask, maybe you can raise a hand. Otherwise,
okay.
Yeah.
Casey.
Yeah, could you maybe share a little bit of some of the things you're experimenting with now, without giving, details, but maybe, you showed us these amazing case studies, but I'm pretty sure you guys might be working on something, or what are some of the challenges that you're trying to tackle right now?
So, without telling you the clients and everything, we are, at the moment, we are experimenting with what we call is empathetic AI. It's another layer of AI to actually not only understand you, but also to understand your emotions and also your tone of voice and everything as well. And then we were thinking to actually integrate it into more into a spatial and immersive space as well. So more into like, virtual girlfriend and boyfriend. We try to make it like a real things.
yeah, for projects, because like we are, me and Kiki also, like we are doing like experiential technology. So we always have like a unique brief. One time when we had like this, did you like share to me like the baby translator or something?
Yes.
That is
Yeah, we just launched it as well. Actually, this one we can tell you guys like
the baby translator.
The client is for Yili. It's a baby formula in China, and we just launched it last month. We don't have a case studies yet, but we created a baby bottle that can actually translate the baby cry. So if you actually need to change the diapers, if you're hungry or anything, it's not 100% correct. And don't worry, nothing of the data will be sent online. All the data is still processed inside. We're using Raspberry Pi, and all the it's using mini GPT as well inside it. So everything processed offline. Yeah. So that's one of the experimental technology that we're actually doing at the moment.
Recently, I also did like a campaign for also like a FMCG brand where the key visual is more of like anime and manga, and then we did like AI photo booth where we take a picture of ourselves and then we turn that style into like manga / anime, and then we print it out. Yeah, so that one is like very special for me because like it's quite unique. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If there's nothing, no one else. Oh yes.
I loved all these projects, very fun. I'm curious to hear more about your creative process. How do you balance experimentation, obviously kind of pushing frontier of these technologies, but at the same time to aim for delivery for the client? How do you guys balance that in your creative process?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So, as technology getting crazier nowadays, and especially after the pandemic. So back then, when we propose it to the client, when we actually have an idea or a developer have an idea, we just like build a sketch or anything storyboard and send it to the client like that. Nowadays, they don't sell that kind of thing. Don't fly anymore. Client actually expecting more of a prototype-y style.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be like a fully working prototype, but nowadays they're expecting more rather than just like a normal storyboard like that. And to balance out the actual production like that, when we're working on the experimental things like this, some of the things we don't know how much it's gonna cost.
Yeah.
So me and Michael, we just like keep trying like, I think we should try it. If it is not working, we need to tell the client. So things I wanna implement in like making sure in here, we are forever in research and development, that anything that you learn today, it probably doesn't really matter in the next weeks. Yeah, and we need to make sure that the client knows if they want to do something like this, that all of their works, it never been 100%. It can be 90%, but it cannot be 100% because no one ever done it in the world before.
And for me, like in Made by Humans, so we do have like some research that we are doing like actively. So our developer, when we have like free time, we are constantly researching. And then when when the time comes, like if a client have brief, usually we offer them like the existing research. Otherwise, like if there's like a new like brief, then we will do like the research. And usually before the campaign starts, we already like have the solution going on. So yeah, I hope that helps. I think we're running out of time, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Let's connect, and yeah, have a great rest of your evening.
Yeah, thank you, and I'll see you around.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael and Kiki, for helping us understand how XR and AI can be used to get the attention of consumers for brand experiences. And while I have all of your attention, let's give one last round of applause for all the speakers from today. So everyone, thanks for joining us. This wraps up the main stage for day one of AWE Asia 2024. Join us back here in this room tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the day 2 keynotes. And for those of you who are going to the VIP reception, there will be shuttles downstairs in the main lobby. They'll be leaving at 5:30, 5:40. Make sure to bring your badges and VIP tickets, and hope to see you all tomorrow. Thanks.